Afternoon, good evening, everybody. I'm still saying afternoon. It is evening. Today is November 28th, 2022, and I will call this meeting to order. The board met in closed session, and we took action in hiring an attorney, and I need a motion, commissioners, to hire Alan Andrews as our attorney. Starting date will be January 3rd, 2022.
Madam Chair, I move that the board authorize the completion, the signature of the contract between Durham County and attorney. What's the full name of the attorney?
Alan A. Andrews.
Thank you, Attorney Alan A. Andrews, to serve in the role as Durham County Attorney.
Second.
Been moved in properly second. We can have a roll call by the clerk.
Commissioner Alam. Aye. Commissioner Burns.
Aye.
Commissioner Carter. Vice Chair Jacobs.
Aye.
Chair Howerton.
Aye. Passes unanimously. Andrews, if you would like to have a couple of words, you are more than welcome to go to the podium and do that. And then we will have a swearing in a little bit later for you.
Good evening, Madam Chair and all the members. Just want to say I thank you so much for this opportunity. I very much look forward to spending time with you and working on the things that need to be worked on. I find it a wonderful challenge and a wonderful opportunity to be here. Look forward to working not only with you, but with the staff and the most important group, the citizens of Durham County. So I'm eager to get started. I'll do what's necessary to get myself prepared to be here. And I look very much forward to a very prosperous 2023 and beyond. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Welcome. Okay. So I will read the public charge. The Board of Commissioners asks its members and citizens to conduct themselves in a respectful, courteous manner, both with the board and fellow citizens. At any time, should any member of the board or any citizen fail to observe this public charge, the chair will ask the offending person to leave the meeting until that individual regains personal control. Should decorum fail to be restored, the chair will recess the meeting until such time that a genuine commitment to the public charge is observed. And if you will stand with me, and Commissioner Jacobs, if you will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
To the republic which is under God.
Are there any agenda adjustments? Hearing none, we'll move on to our announcements, and I'm asking our clerk, Ms. Wallace, if she will read those for us.
Good evening, Commissioners, and to the public. I will read tonight's announcements. They are all located in our agenda, along with some of the websites and emails. BOCC Public Health COVID-19 Vaccination Clinic Hours. The COVID-19 Vaccination Clinic at the Durham County Department of Public Health, located at 414 East Main Street, have the following walk-in hours for your free vaccine: Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, 9 a.m. to 4 p.m., and Tuesdays, 9 a.m. till 5:45 p.m. All doses are approved and available. Please note, clinics are closed between 11:30 a.m. and 1 p.m. daily and on Saturday and Sunday. You can visit decopublichealth.org or call 919-560-9217 for additional information. Get your flu shot at Decode Department of Public Health. Flu shots are also available by appointment. Please call 919-560-7608 to schedule yours. Today, most private insurance fully covers the cost of flu shot. Shots are available for free to some eligible individuals. You can contact 919-560-7608 for more information or visit decopublichealth.org/flu season. Property tax payment deadlines are approaching. Payment deadline for the 2022 real property and tangible personal property tax bills is January 5th, 2023. To avoid interest and fees, payments should be made by that date. The law requires unpaid real estate taxes for the current year to be advertised. You can contact the tax office at 919-560-0300. The Low Income Energy Assistance Program, the LIEAP, kicks off December 1st for applicants 60 and older, those with disabilities, and who receive food nutritional services. Residents can call 919-560-8192 to make a virtual appointment with the Department of Social Services. On January 3rd, 2023, all Durham residents may apply online at epass.nc.gov. The LIEAP program ends March 31st, 2023. The NAIA football returns to Durham County. The 67th Annual NAIA Football National Championship and Senior Football Classic Games return to Durham County Memorial Stadium on Friday, December 16th and Saturday, December 17th. The title game will feature the finalists after 3 rounds of playoffs in November and December. Ticket prices range between $20 and $30. And there is a website that you can get your ticket and as well as game information. Navigating grief during the holidays. Join author Carla J. Nolan for a discussion of her 2022 book, The Day My Heart Turned Blue, Healing After the Loss of My Mother, at the Durham County Main Library on Saturday, December 3rd from 3 to 4:30 p.m. It's also followed by Q&A with a grief and mental health panel on how to manage grief during the holiday season. Registration is required. For additional information, you can contact Natalie Hillion at nhillion@dconc.gov. Durham County Virtual World AIDS Day Event 2022. The Durham County Department of Public Health, along with Fast Track Cities, invites you to join in a virtual celebration on December 1st from 6 to 7 p.m. via Zoom. This year's local theme for World AIDS Day is That Was Then, This Is Now. And the global theme is Putting Ourselves to the Test, Achieving Equity to End HIV. The Zoom details are located on our website. And if you have additional questions, you can contact Randy Rogers at rcrogers@dconc.gov. The final Sheriff Speaks of 2023. Join Sheriff Burkhead for his final Sheriff Speaks public community event of the year at the Durham County East Regional Branch, located at 211 Lick Creek Lane on December 6th, to discuss public safety during the holidays. This event is free and it is open to the public. Language Access for Spanish-Speaking Residents Survey. Durham County is seeking Spanish-speaking residents to participate in the Language Access for Spanish-Speaking Residents Survey. The survey gives participants the chance to name the county resources and services most important to them, identify language barriers in accessing these resources and services, and recommend ways for the county to improve access to resources and services for Spanish speakers. There is a link for SurveyMonkey, and that survey can be taken by January 31st of 2023. Farmers and Landowners Breakfast and Conversation. The Durham County Farmland Protection Advisory Board is hosting a breakfast and conversation on Thursday, December 15th, 2022, from 8 a.m. till 10 a.m. at the Farm Bureau Building located at 1901 Hillendale Road. The presentation will be shared by the Durham Tax Department on the Present Use Value Tax Program. Please register by December 12th by calling 919-560-0558. I do have a public health holiday-focused message from Rod Jenkins, our Director of Public Health. Respiratories, cannot pronounce that word, so I'm just going to say RSV, is a common respiratory virus that usually causes mild cold-like symptoms. Most people will have a mild illness and recover in a week or two, although it can cause serious infection, especially for infants and older adults. And some people may need to be hospitalized. RSV is the most common cause of bronchitis and pneumonia in children younger than 1 year of age in the United States. Because many children were shielded from common infections during the COVID pandemic, including RSV, the virus is currently causing lots of infections, emergency department visits, and hospitalizations nationwide, particularly in young children who haven't been exposed to RSV the previous couple years. The best ways to prevent yourself and others from RSV and other respiratory viruses include covering your mouth and nose with your upper shirt sleeve or a tissue, not your hands, when you cough or sneeze. Wash hands often with soap and water for at least 20 seconds. Avoid touching your face, particularly the eyes, nose, and mouth. Clean frequently touched surfaces such as doorknobs and mobile devices, and avoid close contact such as shaking hands and sharing cups and eating utensils. Additional information can also be found at the Durham County Department of Public Health website. Chair Howerton, that concludes the announcements in our agenda tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Wallace. We appreciate you reading those, and we have a lot of announcements, as you can hear. And as Ms. Wallace stated, all of these announcements you can find on our website. Next item, Commissioners, are there any other announcements Commissioners may have? Commissioner Jacobs.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A lot of things came in today that I think that didn't make it into the announcements that I think are important for people to know, but I just want to share that the DCHC MPO, Durham, Chapel Hill, Carborough Metropolitan Planning Organization, is asking for feedback on the future of the 70 corridor. There is a US 70 corridor study that is happening right now, and I'll make sure that we get this information out with our staff and on our website. But there will be several meetings coming up, a virtual meeting on the 13th of December, the 15th of December, and then an in-person meeting on the 17th. But getting community input on plans for US 70 will be really important. We also got today an email from a representative, let me try to find it here, Representative Alston, that this, on December 4th, this weekend, I guess the 4th is Saturday, there is a gender expansive Parents' Day, which is going to be at Maureen Park Road from 10 a.m. until noon, and it's a rainbow play date for parents to come and bring their kids to play in a safe space. And the last, I won't go into detail, but I know I see our Durham Tech president here, but we are really trying to recruit young people between the ages of 18 and 24 to enroll in the Bulls Academy, which is a great opportunity, and the deadline, I think, is January 4th. I just saw an email that went out to really try to get partners to enroll students, and this program pays for everything. A stipend, pays for tuition. It's a 5-month program, and students graduate with biomanufacturing certification and are guaranteed a job in the field that has starting salaries of $40,000. So we are really trying to get the word out about this opportunity that we fund. Our board, Durham County Government, funds this. So We'll keep trying to push that out. Thank you.
Commissioner Burns?
I actually want a quick clarification. Commissioner Jacobs, you said the 4th was Saturday. I just want you to let us know which day is Vernetta's event, because the 4th is, Saturday's the 3rd. So is it the 4th?
It's
or
the
Saturday?
4th. It's
So it's
December
Sunday.
4th. Thank
Okay.
you.
Perfection. I didn't want the date to get out there.
Thank you.
But now that you're not going to that on the 3rd, we will be doing tree lighting in Durham on the 3rd. So you can come downtown Durham for our holiday tree lighting. I think they're going to be doing sales all day. Tree lighting will be from 6 to 8:30. If you don't feel like being downtown, by all means, American Tobacco will be doing their tree lighting on November 30th. And so I wish I had more informative things, but I just wanted to bring up the fun stuff, because I know tonight's going to be a long night. But if you're into tree lighting, we look forward to seeing you on again, American Tobacco, Wednesday, November 30th from 6 to 8:30, and then downtown Durham, December 3rd from 6 to 8:30.
I just would just like to add my voice for around our mental health. You know, the holidays are the toughest time for people dealing with losses and illnesses, and just be kind to yourselves, be kind to one another. This is a tough time during the holidays. We have our next item is 220707. We have minutes for November 14th, 2022 regular session. Are there any edits or additions to the minutes? If not, ask for a motion for approval.
Second.
Been moved and properly second. We have a roll call by the clerk.
Commissioner Alam, Commissioner Burns,
Aye.
Commissioner Carter, Vice Chair Jacob,
Aye.
Chair Howard.
Aye, the minutes are approved unanimously. Our next item is our consent items, and are there any items that commissioners want to hold from 220673 through 220705? Seeing none, no hands, I will entertain a motion.
Second.
Moved and properly second, and the clerk will roll call, please.
Commissioner Alam, Commissioner Burns,
Aye.
Commissioner Carter, Vice Chair Jacobs,
Aye.
Chair Howard.
Aye. Consent agenda is approved unanimously. We're down to number 6, which is our other business. 220715, certification of the 2022 general obligation bond referendum. The board is requested to approve the attached resolution accepting and clarifying the results of the 2022 general obligation bond referendum and authorize the publication of this statement of results. So at this time, the board will acknowledge leadership from Durham County, DPS, Durham Tech Community College, and the Museum of Life and Science, along with the leadership and volunteers from the Blue Ribbon Committee. I will ask our county manager, to introduce this item, and after discussion, our board will entertain it.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. It is with extreme delight and excitement that I introduce this item. And I will ask for those who were involved, I will call them by groups, but I want to say that everyone that was involved did a person's job in getting us to the finish line. And we saw in neighboring counties where it was not a foregone conclusion that the bonds would be approved, would even make it to the ballot. And so I really want to thank our community as well as those with Durham County staff. So I will ask Durham County staff to stand that helped with the process. General Manager Claudia Hager, General Manager Deborah Craig Ray. I see David Ades, our Assistant Budget Director, as well as Susan Tezai with our Finance Department. I will tell you, they carried the load with this. And I really want to thank General Manager Deborah Craig Ray and her team for putting a website together. It was one stop or one place where people could go get information. They pulled together the brochure materials that were mailed out. And so I can't go down the list with what everybody did, but please know that they did an outstanding job in getting us to this point. So I would ask that we give our staff a round of applause. Thank you. And then those with Durham Public Schools, I will ask if you all will come and just sit in front real quickly. We're not going to keep you here long. Is there anyone with Durham Public Schools? Because we want to make sure everyone gets recognized from Durham Public Schools. I know who you are, but if you don't mind, sir, introducing yourself and telling us what you do with DPS.
Okay. Good afternoon, good evening. Julius Monk, Deputy Superintendent of Operational Services.
Thank you so much, Dr. Monk. They did an outstanding job pulling together all of the projects that would be undertaken with this bond. And as you can certainly understand, there were a lot of moving components to that. They worked really diligently with our staff and partnered especially with our budget team in getting all of the financial information put together. So really want to thank Dr. Monk, and in his absence, Dr. Mubanga and the rest of the team. Was there anyone else that helped on your team that you would like to highlight tonight?
I'm sure I'm going to forget someone too, so thank you for putting me on the spot. But our Chief Communication Officer, Mr. William Southard, for working with your PIO with putting together the information that went out to the public. Frederick Davis, who is our Executive Director of Building Services, for leading our project management staff and pulling together a lot of that information. And all of the other families who advocated for these projects, knowing how much and how important it is to our students' education. So I just want to thank the community as well.
Great. Can we give a round of applause for DPS? Thank you so much. And next, we will ask those with Durham Technical Community College to come up, have a seat. No strangers here as well. But if you would, we would like for you to take the time to introduce yourself.
Andy Kleitsch, I'm the Vice President, Chief Financial Officer at Durham Tech.
And J.B. Buxton, President.
Thank you all so much. I tell you, they were without hesitation at our beck and call. If there were groups that we needed them to speak to, especially early on before the Blue Ribbon Committee was formed, they answered the call and showed up when we needed them. And so we thank you so much for your hard work, and we're looking forward to the great projects that will come out of this bond for DTCC. So if you don't mind giving us a summary of what those projects would be, and then please, give kudos and thanks to anyone that you would like to congratulate.
Thank you, Madam Manager and County Commissioners, first for putting us on the ballot. And we thank you for your leadership and your forward-thinking economic development leadership and social mobility leadership. And we thank the voters for seeing the wisdom in improving what you recommended to them. I want to thank our Board of Trustees and our Foundation Board who jumped in with both feet early on. CFO Kleitsch here was the real engine at Durham Tech. Our Chief Academic Officer, Dr. Kara Battle, was an important part of this leadership. Dr. Susan Bowen, our Campus Operations Officer, and then many others who participated in the process. But to put two major projects in front of you all to garner your support. One, which will be a 35,000 square foot life sciences training facility that we co-designed with life science companies that'll prepare students. You just heard a moment ago from Commissioner Jacobs for the booming life science sector and jobs, and I don't think we can produce this building and those training facilities fast enough. And then an 86,000 square foot health sciences facility, which will give us kind of the current modernized state-of-the-art training facilities for our Duke Health System, UNC Health System, and many other like Durham VA. I feel like I've given that spiel 25 to 30 times a week now, but every time we are excited about what we're going to be able to do to support the residents of Durham County to move into what are great jobs and careers are back here.
Great. And can we give a round of applause for our DTCC team? Thank you so much. Great job. Thank you all for your leadership. And then last but certainly not least, the Museum of Life and Science. I think we have Kate Center here. Kate here? Or if not, the representative for the museum. Is anyone here? Okay, no one's here. But they were also, online.
Okay. I just wanted to, of course, our CEO and President Carrie Heinen was very instrumental to this, as was our Blue Ribbon Committee members, John Stonehouse, Jeff Keegan, and Jordan Clark, our Director of Communication. Matt Pulsatari was also very influential in helping us lead the way. And thank you to everyone who voted yes for us. We're really excited about the project.
Great. Thank you so much, Kate. So can we give a round of applause for the Museum of Life and Science? So it is my pleasure, Madam Chair, to turn over to the board and ask that you would approve the resolution to certify and declare the statement of results for our 2022 bond referendum, and would also like to say thank you all for your support and for your leadership in helping us to get this to our voters. And thank you, last and certainly not least, to our community and to the voters who approved these bonds overwhelmingly. So with that, I'll turn it back over to you, Madam.
Thank you, Manager. So at this point, thanks all of you and your
I'm so
participation. We need-
sorry. I did. I'm sorry. Can I take it back over? I turned it over, but can I take it back? I'm sorry.
You turn look.
Our Blue Ribbon Committee. I'm not sure if any
Okay.
members of the Blue Ribbon Committee are here, but are there any members from the
Anybody
Blue Ribbon
here?
Committee here?
We do have Bill Bell on Zoom.
Okay.
Oh, great.
Yes.
And is it Brian?
And is there anyone here in person? Because I would like for you to stand up. Just
Is
stand up
Brian
so
back
we can
there?
thank you.
Ryan, you cannot be
Brian's
shy.
back there, yeah.
Anyway, we want to say thank you to the Blue Ribbon Committee, because those were the people who were really boots on the ground and also went out to organizations. And while our board could not advocate for the bonds, our Blue Ribbon Committee certainly went out and did that. And so we have to thank you all so much for your hard work in that. Thank you so much, Bill Bell. We see you. We don't see your face, but we know you're there. And we thank you for all that you've done. He was one of the co-chairs.
There
There he is.
There he is. There you are.
Enjoyed it. Durham showed its colors, true colors, and you guys put together a great package, and the citizens and voters of Durham recognize that. So it's just another great feather in our cap for our community and for those persons that are going to be impacted by these bonds. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, now, Madam Chair, I'll use it back.
So I too just want to say thanks to all of the individuals that participated in helping to get this across, get it to the ballot, and informing people, educating our community on how important it was. And as the commissioners, you have no idea how hard it is for commissioners not to talk about stuff, and we couldn't talk about it. And telling commissioners they can't talk that's hard. But we obeyed because that's what our rules said. We were not supposed to engage in the conversation, but we had great people in the community that took it on for us. We thank you. Entertain a motion, is that?
If other commissioners wanted to just make a few comments about, I just want to say a few words as well. I don't know if anyone else did.
Okay,
I just wanted to also acknowledge this moment. This is a historic moment. This is the largest bond that Durham County has ever approved. And I just wanted to make sure that we really mark that moment, because this is a transformative investment in our community, in our schools, in Durham Tech, in the museum, and it's all about education and investing in our children and our youth. And that is the most important thing that we can do, is invest in the people in our community and make sure that we are setting up every single child and person in our community up for success, for a good paying job where they can support themselves and their families. And I'm really proud of and grateful for my fellow board members. We have been working on this for many years. And as our county manager said, it took the staff to walk us through a very complicated process. And we did this in partnership with the school board, and with Durham Public Schools. And thanks to the citizens, the voters of Durham, who made this happen with overwhelming support. So I can't wait for the future, to see what happens with these investments. Thank you.
see any other hand? Do I see your hand?
It wasn't up. It wasn't up, Madam Chair, but mine is a quick one sentence because it
Go
is
ahead.
on the occasion. But I hope that the only thing I just want to uplift for the community is the interactivity of these bonds. I sit on the board it was very difficult, as Chair Howardson said, for us not to be able to talk about it because these are things that we're passionate about. And I think a lot of times people don't think about brick and mortar being sexy, right? We want to talk about like the big things like pay, but there's an interconnectivity to these bonds. People and kids come to the museum so that they can dream. They get the opportunity to go to our schools, and we want them to be in a building that's aesthetically pleasing, so that what they dreamed about at the museum, they can make practicum in a schoolhouse. I'm a country kid, so I still say schoolhouse. And then after they graduate from Durham Public Schools, we're able to send them over to the great care of President Buxton so that he can prepare them for these next generation jobs that are coming to Durham. And as our vice chair pointed out today, there's an academy set up. Everything that we're doing is because we're trying to prepare the next generation and have them in a place where they can be successful. So I know for some people who might have looked at the bonds and said, why are we putting this much in brick and mortar? This brick and mortar is built to build people. And I hope you all understand that. And I hope you all support these as these move forward. Thank
I was lowering my mouth to make a motion.
Thank you. So you made a motion?
I make a motion that we accept and certify the resolutions of certifying the results of the 2022 general obligation bond and authorize the publication of this.
Moved and properly second. Have a roll call by the clerk.
Commissioner Long.
Aye.
Commissioner Burns.
Aye.
Commissioner Carter. Vice Chair Jacobs.
Aye.
Chair Howardson.
Rounding aye, and that's a unanimous ayes, and thank you. So we are, as you can tell, we are pretty excited about this. All right. Was there more than, it was just one? Okay. All right, so we'll move on to our next item, which is 220644, learning from the White House Conference on Hunger, Nutrition, and Health. The board has requested to receive a presentation from Mary Oxendine, our County Food Security Coordinator, attendance at the 222 White House Conference on Hunger, Nutrition, and Health. And I'd like to welcome Mary, there you are, Oxendine, and ask for her discussion. We are very, very proud of Ms. Oxendine and her visit to the White House and the work that she's doing around hunger and nutrition, and we really wanted to share that with the community. Over to you.
Thank you so much for inviting me to come share with you all tonight. I appreciate
You need
the
to pull your
opportunity.
mic up a little closer.
Is that better?
That's better. Thank you.
Perfect. Yeah, I was just saying thanks so much for inviting me to come share with you all today. I really appreciate it. It's been 2 months now since the conference, but so I just wanted to share a few things before kind of starting the slides. The conference was on September 28th, but there was a lot of other things that happened in September. So I just have a few photos from an award ceremony that we had at Duke University with myself and some other colleagues, and then also some photos of our visit from the U.S. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen on the 27th. And before diving into the slides, I wanted to acknowledge that the land that Durham County occupies is the ancestral, traditional, and contemporary land of the Eno, Shakori, Occaneechi, Chirraw, Saponi, Lumbee, and Tuscarora peoples. And we hope to honor these people that have traditionally lived on these lands, as well as our ancestors and future generations, the way that we care for the land. So I just wanted to spend a little bit of time talking about the significance of the conference, how I ended up getting personal invitation, share some photos and sort of highlights from the conference, and then spend a good bit of time talking about the national strategy and kind of considerations for Durham County, and then have a discussion with you all. So the conference was on September 28th in DC, and this conference was really important because it's been more than 50 years since the first and only White House conference on food, nutrition, and health that was held in 1969. And that particular conference led to things like the creation of school lunches, the creation of the WIC program, and it also changed how we labeled foods. And for this conference in 2022, the White House really kind of aimed at rallying all together the public and private entities around a coordinated strategy that was released the day before the conference. And I will talk about that in just a few minutes. So how did I get invited to the conference? I just wanted to highlight this for just a minute. So I was during my time as food security coordinator, I've been able to develop good relationships with the Duke World Food Policy Center as well as the Kresge Foundation. And in planning for this conference, the CDC Foundation was involved, and they were really interested in inviting some folks with lived experience, about 60 to 70 people. And so essentially reached out to some of their partners, the Kresge Foundation and the World Food Policy Center. And so they provided a list of names from folks that they had funded through an equitable food-oriented development fund, as well as other community leaders. And so my name happened to be on that list of community leaders. And so I just wanted to highlight just the impact of relationship building in this work. I do feel like we've spent a lot of time building strong relationships with people in the community, and this is just one of the outcomes of that work. So I'll just show a few photos from the conference. As you can see on this first photo is President Biden. He spoke at the opening session of the conference. And we also had a panel of speakers, Senator Cory Booker, Senator Mike Braun, Ambassador Susan Rice, and Chairman of the House Rules Committee, James McGovern. We also had a couple other speakers at that session. The person in the top right is Jamaica Mills. She is the co-founder of an organization called Equitable Spaces. And then on the bottom right is Tom Vilsack, who is the U.S. Secretary of Agriculture. So we had some pretty heavy hitters at the conference, including myself. No, I'm just joking. I also wanted to note that I wasn't the only person from Durham County that was invited to the conference. So one of my friends and community partner, Cameron Smith, who is the executive director of Communities in Partnership, and she's also on the National Executive Steering Committee for the EFOD Collaborative. So she and I both went from Durham County. In the center, you'll see Cameron and a lady in the middle, Tambra Ray Stevenson, who's the founder and CEO of an organization called WANDA, which stands for Women Advancing Nutrition, Dietetics, and Agriculture. And then on the far right is Mary Blackford, who's the founder of a company called Market 7 in DC. And you obviously see me. I want to spend more time talking about the national strategy and kind of considerations for Durham County. So as I mentioned before, the national strategy was released the day before the conference on September 27th. And I wanted to show you this diagram from the national strategy. We've all talked about the impacts of food insecurity on individuals, but I wanted to highlight how the report talked about the impacts of food insecurity and diet-related diseases, not only on individuals, but all of society. So on the individual level, we've definitely talked about how it increases your likelihood to have poor overall health, decreased academic achievement, increased financial stress, and poor mental health. But on the societal level, it can also lead to reduced workforce productivity. If people are too sick to go to work or they're not feeling well, they're not as productive at work. Reduced military readiness. And on a local level, we could consider that for our own police departments or sheriff's departments. And then also increased healthcare costs. So these things are not just impacting individual people, but all of society. And that will be a theme that comes up in a little bit. So I want to go through just really quickly the 5 pillars that are included in the national strategy. Pillar 1 is improve food access and affordability. So that pillar really focuses on helping individuals who are experiencing food insecurity benefit from federal assistance programs. It's also really focused on investing in community and economic development to increase access to food. And right before this, I emailed you all a research brief on some research that we did over the summer around community wealth development and how potentially we can support community and economic development as a food security strategy. So I look forward to chatting with you all more about that. Pillar 2 is focused on integrating nutrition and health. So thinking about providing greater access to nutrition services to prevent, manage, and treat diet-related diseases. And this is kind of what people are coining food as medicine, or food is medicine. It also focuses on screening for food insecurity and connecting people to the services that they need, and then also strengthening and diversifying the nutrition workforce. Pillar 3 is empower all consumers to make and have access to healthy choices. So this is really focused on empowering consumers with updated and more accessible food labeling. And the FDA has already released a updated definition for what healthy means, and they're receiving public input on that now. This pillar is also focused on creating healthier food environments and a healthier food supply so that the healthier choice is the easier choice. And then also supporting robust and tailored nutrition education. So if pillar 4 is focused on supporting physical activity for all, so thinking about built environments and promoting physical activity, also supporting robust and tailored physical activity education and promotion. And then the last pillar is focused on enhancing nutrition and food security research. So really thinking about how do we improve nutrition metrics, data collection, and research that can inform nutrition and policy. So in addition to those 5 pillars, there were a few key messages that I walked away from the conference with. Definitely these messages here, but also some that kind of came out even more so in the strategy and the conference, was really that food insecurity is directly related to economic security. Over and over at the conference, our representatives mentioned that the strong evidence for strategies like the expanded child tax credit and how effective that was at reducing poverty and improving food security. Also, one of the key messages that came out was school meals are one of the largest food security programs in the country. And I know that there's been a big push at the national level to implement free, healthy school meals for all. And there's now definitely a push at the state level as well. But that's just one way that we can really hugely impact our children's health and well-being and food security. Also, one message that really came out loud and clear was your voice and vote matters, and that our elected officials at a national level really kept emphasizing that they want to hear from their constituents. They really want to hear from people in the community and who are experiencing these issues. And then also that this is a whole of society response. It's not just something that the national government is going to be able to push forward on their own, but that it's all levels of government, philanthropy, education, private entities, community members, basically everyone in society has a potential role to play in supporting these strategies. So in that call to action, there have been more than $8 billion in new commitments from different organizations, nonprofits, philanthropy, business, publicly funded entities. And this number was as of September. So there are likely additional commitments to date. But I just wanted to pull out a couple examples. One particularly from North Carolina is the Blue Cross Blue Shield of North Carolina Foundation. They plan to launch a 2-year, $3.5 million effort to increase access to healthy food and grow the food as medicine movement in North Carolina. Blue Cross and Blue Shield has already been working in this area, and this is just a commitment to continue that work and expand it. Just another example from kind of like a state level is Washington State's Department of Health is launching an online ordering pilot for WIC that enables WIC participants to both purchase and select pickup or delivery for WIC foods online. And those are just ways to make it easier for working moms that potentially have multiple jobs, multiple kids, just really busy families to be able to get the healthy food that they need and be able to have delivery options just like anyone else would potentially. So this brings me to my last slide. So thinking about the call to action and just, I'm not necessarily looking for answers today, but I just wanted to, bring this slide up as a thought and just kind of starting the conversation today. But going back to that whole of society response and all levels of government, it leads me to think, how can Durham County support this national strategy? How can we activate other anchor institutions to have collective action? And so these are just example responses. I will say that the national strategy is about 45 pages long, and they do include several recommendations that state, local, philanthropy, education, like all levels of organizations can implement. So I borrowed and tweaked some of the ones that they had, but just some examples are, providing technical assistance or funding to launch healthy, locally owned BIPOC food businesses in underserved areas. This is a potential way to create generational wealth or community wealth and also help eliminate some of the food deserts. Another strategy that came out is just kind of working across agencies to really achieve a sort of 95% enrollment across SNAP, Medicaid, and other federal programs. It's, just making sure that our staff are working more collaboratively, and how do we make application processes more simple and be able to connect people to the services that they need. And then lastly, just supporting initiatives to increase access to fresh produce. We've kind of talked about double bucks before, but that's one example of how to do that. Just basically, it makes buying food at farmers markets 50% off for those that have SNAP and WIC and Section 8 housing. So that is all my slides, and I want to share this lovely picture of us from the farm tour. And so I will stop and see if you all have any thoughts or comments.
So much. This is so important to all of us. And that picture was a farm tour that the commissioners were invited to take. You said so many things that are so important to the health and well-being of everybody in our community, our children. Access to healthy foods is the lifeblood of everyone. And eating healthy is not inexpensive. It is very expensive to eat healthy. I see that every time I go to the grocery store. I used to could eat off of $50 a week with nobody in the house with me. Now every time I go to the grocery store, I have to spend $100 or more. So if you multiply that by 4 children in the household, it gets pretty expensive. So just wanted you to have the opportunity to share the experience that you had in DC, and the commissioners to have any comments. This is good work that you're doing, and we really appreciate you and your team that's doing this. I'll start on this side. Commissioner Lum.
Thank you, Chair Overton. I just wanted to, I have a couple of things, but I first wanted to start with recognizing one thing kind of related to your presentation, kind of unrelated, but I just really appreciate your service and the representation you bring to Durham County, because this was something that I also noted on our farm tour, the intentionality that you bring with the first stop on our farm tour being Hawks Nest Farm, and the land recognition that you did while we were there, and making sure that that was the first step as we began the farm tour, and how significant that is. And for you to do that land recognition here in that presentation, and forgive me if I'm wrong, but I feel like Durham County and City haven't had this level of recognition of the native land that we sit on. Just really appreciative of you, having you, and that we often talk about the importance of how diverse our board is and how we're all women, but to have a staff member who is a member of the Lumbee and Tuscarora tribes is extremely significant for so many people and for us. So just thank you for your role. And I had a couple of questions related to your presentation. One, I know you said it's 45 pages long. Can you share that with us? I would love to look more into it. And
I think there was a link in the agenda, but I can also email it directly to you guys. Yeah.
And then as you were talking about the food deserts and the locally owned BIPOC food businesses, I would love to hear more. Maybe we can connect after or in a future presentation around what Durham County and the cooperative extension is looking into, with the closing of Los Primos grocery store. That was a food source for hundreds of Durham County residents for healthy and fresh food, of what type of programs or initiatives are going to be created, hopefully through the county, to support those families as they, are leading into a food desert now.
Yeah, I do want to say for after Los Primos closed, I, again through relationships, someone connected me with an organization. It's called WithCo, and they actually support businesses in buying their basically buying their property so that they are not priced out by their landlords. And so I connected them with Los Primos. I'm not sure. I think the owners weren't necessarily interested in selling their property, but they are working with WithCo to potentially identify another property in East Durham. I don't have any additional updates right now, so no promises yet, but we are looking to help them. Because it basically, Los Primos was a grocery store in East Durham and closed recently in the last couple of months. Essentially, their landlords more than doubled their rent, and so they weren't able to afford to be in that space anymore. So we are definitely looking at opportunities and ways to create more food spaces in East Durham.
While we're on that topic of Los Primos, before I make my real comments, I just wanted to say, because I've been meaning to say this all along, is, we have hoped for a grocery store in our own county, retail spaces, and I didn't know whether there might be some opportunity there. So trying to seed that thought. But Mary, thank you so much for this great summary and wonderful presentation. And I really agree with Commissioner Lom. I respect and admire so much the way you start with the land technology. I always see you do that. Consistent. It's something that we can all learn from. And maybe we might want to adopt ourselves going forward at some point. So anyway, I wanted to concur with Commissioner Lom on that and lift it up as well. I hope that first of all, I think the pillars in the national strategy are really solid. And I hope that you and your team of people, all the people you've built relationships with, and the steering committee that you have now, I forget the exact name of it, and these biweekly or monthly meetings now with all the partners across the sort of food security world, food system world, will come back to us during the budget cycle with some recommendations for what we might do locally in order to respond to this call to action. And I like the examples that you've given, and you've mentioned the double BOCC program before, and I know that I think the research would be very clear that really benefits folks and really does help create a market for fresh food and connect people to fresh food. I think this initiative nationwide and statewide, and if we don't do it in our state, I think it's something we should really consider locally, working with the school board if they're interested, is this universal school meals program. Free meals for all. I like to make, I like initiatives that work through systems, and so that would be working through the school district, that school system, the child nutrition system. I think that we would have a lot of opportunity to reach so many people there, and to also lift up our child nutrition workers, and that role as being so important and so and a real career, and one that we need to pay adequately. I feel like this topic of food security is very cross-cutting and intersects many of our priorities. We didn't lift it up recently at our retreat where we were talking about priorities, but I think that's because it's already on our priority list. And, working to address food security here locally definitely intersects with what we did lift up at the retreat, investment in early childhood and families. And so I just am eager to decide and figure out, how to invest in what is our local call to response action for how to solve food insecurity in this country, how to solve hunger. And not just for kids, but for seniors too. And so there's that whole other, world of opportunity. And someone asked me recently, do we have a kitchen at our senior center? And I don't think we do, but there might be a great opportunity there as well.
Yeah, just to comment on one of the things that you mentioned for universal school meals for DPS, I think we're kind of halfway there because the breakfasts are already free.
Yep.
So I don't think that it's a far stretch to think that we could potentially do that in Durham County.
Great. Sounds wonderful. Bring your suggestions, recommendations forward to us, and I look forward to, like I said, seeing how we can respond to the call to action.
Mary, I know we have a veterans department. Are you connecting with the veteran department around food nutrition for veterans at all?
I've connected with them around the idea of farm campus that we talked about a little while ago. I'm in kind of connecting veterans who are getting out of the military to potential careers in farming, or also to healing garden space. but we haven't talked as much about food insecurity. I did meet with one community member that that was telling me more about there's a pretty high rate of food insecurity in the veterans that they're connected with. So that's an area that we could definitely do more work in.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Jacobs?
Well, thank you. This was a great presentation, and what an honor for you to be invited to the White House. And I'm just so grateful for the work that you are doing in the community, helping us create a food security system. Just adding on to the comments that have been made so far, I really welcome you to come back to us with some some concrete things that we can focus on that are somehow measurable. And, some of the examples that you already gave, I'm really interested in understanding what percentage are we at currently right now in terms of eligibility with benefits, because honestly, we have over 100,000 people a month who receive federal benefits in this community, over almost a third. So we people don't realize the great needs that we have in our community. And I want to make sure that I think that's really something to look at, is certainly maximizing. And to Chair Howerton's point, looking at all of our departments, wherever we touch people, and making sure that everybody is getting access to what they are eligible to receive. I love the idea about focusing on our schools. And I think one of the silver linings of COVID was that this community came together in the most innovative and creative ways and created all different new programs around food that were supporting our local restaurants, our local farmers, that was culturally responsive, that was making sure families focused around our schools were getting food, and also delicious food. So I want to make sure that when we talk about food, that it's like food that people and children and adults want to eat because it tastes good. And so, I think that gets into the nutrition, but also being culturally relevant. And so, how do we do that? And then, so I welcome you to come back to us, but also I'm thinking about the ARPA funding, and are we going to be hearing about some investments that are coming up?
We're yes, we're going to do the internal recommendations and proposals separately from the community ones, but yes.
Okay, so hopefully we're going to be hearing related to the ARPA funding is a tremendous opportunity for us to really do some transformative things and innovative things. And I feel like I agree with Commissioner Carter. The pillars from the White House are really great, and I feel like we have already started on really all of them, and we have a great foundation to build on in Durham with your leadership. Thank you.
Hey, Mary. I know that this was a short item, so I will be brief. Also, hi to your fearless leader back there. Hey, from everybody from Corporate Extension. I did want to say I concur with everything that my colleagues did say, and I do appreciate you acknowledging who you are and whose you are and where we stand. So that's important to me. I want to make sure that this conversation is centered, because I think sometimes when people sit up here and they listen to us talk, they think, look at those 5 women giving away another giveaway, and that is not what this conversation is about. When I die on the day of judgment, I want to know that God knew I did as much as I could for the least of these. And I can think of one day, and you and I had this conversation. Somebody needed to go and get a COVID test, and I told them where they could go. And they said, Commissioner Burns, that line is just way too long. And I said, there's nobody in line for a COVID test. I just drove by there. They could not believe the line that they were in was the food bank line. The food bank line had hundreds of cars. And I drove by and I saw people that I know very well who work hard, who work 2 jobs, who on their best day were doing everything that they could to make sure I did not see them in those cars. And I said, Mary, I said, oh my gosh. I said, how many of these people like need help? I was like, is the problem really as bad as it was? And she said, Commissioner Burns, it was this bad before COVID, but people at this point they have no choice but to come and get food. Like they would go hungry, but at this point. And so I think Secretary Yellen, when she was here, we're just talking about one congregation who said in 6 locations, they do 1,000 meals a week.
Mhm.
So that's 6,000 meals, y'all. These are our neighbors they sending their kids to school hangry. Every kid ain't bad. They hangry. They hungry. They ain't ate the night before. And I think that we need to we really need to acknowledge that, especially as we're pivoting out of this pandemic. Everybody didn't leave at the Great Resignation and go find a good job. But I do want to throw out, I hope that we're bringing our farmers in on this conversation, because I think a lot of times those are 2 dueling groups, our underserved and then farmers, where we don't think that there's interconnectivity. So what I am hopeful for is in the next calendar year that we can get, everybody's talking about schools, but we have, 940 farms. We got about 200 active farms. I want to see us get more Farmers Gap certified. So if we're going to contract to get better food in the schools, it need to be Durham County farmers that get the food into the schools. And we're not driving it 300 miles away from somewhere else and it's spoiled. We're driving it 20 miles up the road from somewhere else. So I do hope that we can do some of that. And I know that's something that you and your boss actively work on. I've met some of our GAP certified farmers. And so I just want to I also want to acknowledge, I mentioned one church. I can think about my church. We have a food bank. It had been around for about 20 years, but they're a food bank. And this young lady has been trying to map them. That was one of her first charges when she got here, because we know we can't do everything. So some people say government can't fix every problem, but I do think that we can make it more efficient. And I also think that we're in a place to strategize around it. So if you are interested in these ideas, if you're interested in feeding the children in your community, if you're interested in making sure that nobody beside you goes hungry, like reach out to this young woman. That's why we hired her. We did a big Hadoop. This is one of the few times she's gotten a chance to present to us. So I am hopeful that we can merge 2 communities, the underserved and our farmers. And I think we can get a lot done if we do that.
Just a couple.
No.
No. We do have a Durham Food Resources map. So we do have most of the pantries on that map, in addition to grocery stores, or just generally where people can get access to food. And I'm happy to share that link. The other thing I wanted to note about the bringing farmers to the table. So the group that Commissioner Carter mentioned, the Food Security Network, we did recently create a steering committee, and we have a few more spots that we're recruiting for. And so we are actively recruiting for farmers, sustainable agriculture, food service workers. So we really do want to make sure that we have everyone across the food system at the table, so that whenever we're developing recommendations or brainstorming ideas, we have lots of different perspectives. So yeah, we got.
Could I just wanted to say one more thing, because I appreciate so much Commissioner Burns's comments about the connection clearly between food production and food security, and how this really underscores how wonderful it is that the cooperative extension is also able to do this feasibility study around the farm campus, because we will need more people going into agriculture and understanding how to farm. And so, there's just a lot of convergence of work that's being done across Durham County that is directly linked to food security. So
Absolutely. And the perspective that we're taking is not just a right now food security, but also long-term food security. So thinking about, yes, creating more farmers, but also how do we support farmers in being more resistant to climate change, and having more food grown in our state, so that we're not, shipping food from California or Texas or wherever. Because while maybe California is on fire or a drought, or unfortunately we've had, if any case, too much water. So North Carolina is a great place to be able to grow more fruits and vegetables and things that we can actually eat. So we're looking at kind of all sides of that food spectrum.
Thank you so much again, Mary. This is extraordinary work you're doing, and we just acknowledge the team that's working with you as well. We look forward to seeing you again soon. Commissioners, we are down to, next is a public hearing. It's 22050694, consolidated item, Mason Farm Major Special Use Permit, quasi-judicial meeting and major site plan. So Commissioner, this is an item that has been previously on this agenda. And we did not close the public hearing, we left it open. So this next item is the agenda item that I just read, which is, okay. So we have gone through this a couple of times, so I'm going to stick very closely to my notes so that we don't skip over any step that's necessary to make sure that we do this correctly. And I see Ryan at the podium as right now. So let me get through a couple of things before I get to you, okay? So first, I want to have the attorney Matthews. Is she on the screen or what? Okay.
Are you able to hear me?
Yeah, you're here. So is there a conversation that you want to go through before I go through these other notes?
Yes, are you able to hear me, Madam Chair?
I'm sorry, say again.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
All righty. Good evening, Madam Chair and board commissioners, and also everyone attending or watching tonight's meeting. This evening, again, as you've heard, there are two matters related to the proposed Mason Farms Conservation Subdivision before the board. One is a quasi-judicial hearing for the issuance of a major special use permit for a community wastewater system pursuant to section 12.7.1C of the UDO, and the approval of a major site plan pursuant to section 3.7.3B of the UDO. And I'll back up and introduce myself. I'm Ladidra Matthews, outside counsel for the board this evening. These two matters, although they are a consolidated item on the agenda, are two separate and distinct actions with different procedures. The quasi-judicial hearing is a formalized means of gathering evidence relevant to the issuance of the major special use permit. And it is not an opportunity for citizens to freely speak their minds about whether the property should be developed according to the site plan. During the hearing, the board must act as a judicial body by deciding what evidence should be accepted and applying that evidence presented to the predetermined standards outlined in the UDO in order to determine whether the special use permit should be issued. The board chair has the authority and duty to maintain decorum and secure efficient presentation of relevant information and use of the board's time. The applicant has the burden of producing competent, material, and substantial evidence tending to establish compliance with each applicable ordinance requirement for the issuance of the special use permit. If the board decides that the applicant has met his burden, it is entitled to the issuance of the special use permit unless opponents present competent, material, and substantial evidence to the contrary. Competent evidence is evidence that is legally admissible. Material evidence is evidence that directly addresses or is logically connected to the standards or requirements under consideration. And finally, substantial means that there must be enough evidence such that a reasonable mind would accept it as adequate to support the conclusion reached. Opinions offered by witnesses who are not experts, generalized fears and concerns, and personal preferences are not competent, material, substantial evidence. The board is only allowed to consider evidence that is relevant to the proving or disproving the applicant UDO standards for a community wastewater system and a conservation subdivision only, again, not the site plan. This is required by state law. The board chair has the discretion to limit or exclude evidence, including testimony, that is irrelevant, cumulative, or immaterial. While the board may choose to receive comments from members of the public tonight, there are certain legal rights that only parties with standing are entitled to. These include the right to present evidence, call their own witnesses, cross-examine witnesses, and inspect evidence offered to the board. A party has standing if they would suffer special damages from the outcome of the hearing that are distinct from the impact on the rest of the community or general public. Whether a party has standing is a legal question to be determined by the board with the assistance of legal counsel if necessary. Again, pursuant to state law, the board is required to govern itself according to these requirements during the quasi-judicial hearing. I, along with the county attorney present, are available to address any legal or procedural questions, issues, or concerns that may arise this evening. Now I'll turn it back over to Chair Howerton to provide some more information about the format of the hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Matthews. And, this is a process that the county commissioners very seldom have anything to do with. So we want to make sure that we are doing it in the correct way. So now I would like to provide some important information about the steps taken to ensure that each party's due process rights are protected as we proceed. The newspaper, mailed notice, and the county's website contain information on how the public can access and participate in this meeting. I would like to ask that all those who would like to testify during this hearing identify themselves by raising their hand. And then each witness will need to provide their name and address to the clerk if you've not already done so. I have some names here. Is there anyone that has not registered, did not give the clerk a notice that they wanted to speak? If not, okay, did you not fill out a form? Okay. Did you fill out a form like this? Okay, you need to see the clerk to get one of those. The hearing in this matter is judicial in nature and will be conducted in accordance with special safeguards as described by Attorney Matthews. Witnesses must be sworn in. They are subject to cross-examination, and written evidence will be incorporated into the record. Testimony from non-party witnesses will be limited to 3 minutes. This time I'll ask the clerk to swear in those that have registered to speak this evening.
At this time, I would like those that have signed up to speak to please stand.
Sir, you want to stand up?
Thank
as well?
you. If you could raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony given by you today in this proceeding is the truth and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
You get everyone? Okay, are you standing up for a reason? Ma'am, did you not? Okay, thank you. Commissioners, is there any commissioner that needs to withdraw from consideration of this case because of a conflict that will prevent them from rendering a fair and impartial decision in this matter? Having none, have any commissioners heard information about this case other than what was previously presented or in the staff report? And if so, please disclose the information at this time. Seeing no hands, the parties or their attorney may cross-examine a witness upon acknowledgement by the chair after the witness has finished testifying. Any party to the hearing may raise objections to the admission of evidence on the basis of relevance or hearsay or any other evidentiary grounds. Questions concerning admissibility will be handled by the chair with assistance from the county attorney and or local counsel or the Board of County Commissioners. We will first hear from staff who have studied the request from the applicant and then from opponents to the application, if there are any. Ryan, you're a staff will, and I saw Sarah back there as well. We will now open the hearing and receive report from the staff. And I think Cole is here and Sarah. Okay.
Recognizes that all agenda materials submitted for the public hearing to be made part of the public record with any necessary corrections as noted.
Are there any, were you finished?
No, I wasn't. I was going to.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Request for major special use permit M220001 and a major site plan D100325 have been received from Thomas Purdue of McConnell Associates. These cases propose the use of a community water and wastewater system for a proposed 142 lot subdivision with 141 single family homes. The subdivision is permitted by right, and the use of community wastewater system requires a major special use permit. The 287.723 acre site is owned rural residential and in the rural development tier. Property is currently vacant, but aerials show existing wastewater system on part of the site. The remaining wastewater system is no longer in operation. This project will restore and expand on the previous system. The wastewater system is located on the site off the east side of President Andrews Road. There is associated major site plan case D210032 pending approval by this board if the MSUP request is approved. Per Unified Development Ordinance UDO Section 12.7.1C, in the county's jurisdiction, a community wastewater system may be approved through the issuance of a major special use permit provided that several requirements are met. These requirements have been met or will be met prior to the issuance of a certificate of occupancy. When a site plan is associated with a major special use permit, that site plan shall also be considered on a major site plan which requires governing body approval. If the Board of Commissioners approves a major special use permit, then the board should also consider the approval of the associated major site plan, case D21000325. The site plan item does not require a public hearing, but it does require a separate vote for approval. Per UDO section 3.9.8, there are 4 general findings and 13 review factors that must be addressed in order to grant the use permit. Finding and review factors are identified in the staff report, attachment 3, and in the application, subattachment 3A. The 4 general findings that a proposed use is in harmony with the area, not substantial to injuries to properties in the general vicinity, in conformance with all special requirements applicable to the use, will not adversely affect the health or safety of the public, and will adequately address the 13 review factors identified below. Those are A, circulation, B, parking and loading, C, service entries and areas, D, lighting, E, signs, F, utilities, G, open spaces, H, environmental protection, I, screening, buffering, and landscaping, J, effect on adjacent property, including but not limited to noise, odor, lighting, and traffic, K, compatibility, L, consistency with policy, and M, any other factors. Staff has analyzed the application and finds that all the actors above meet the ordinance compliance based on site plan submittal. However, the applicant must show how the proposed development does not adversely affect adjacent property in regards to value, noise, odor, and traffic, and is compatible with the area. The applicant must demonstrate how the use is compatible with their nearby properties. Staff recognizes that the proposed development will be adjacent to both single and multifamily residential properties. The wastewater treatment system will be internal to the development, and all the surrounding uses will be in the system. The applicant must provide evidence to demonstrate the findings and review factors are being met. If the governing body fails to find conformance with the conditions and factors listed, then the proposed permit must be denied. However, if the applicant provides evidence that demonstrates the use, findings, and review factors are being met, the governing body must approve the use permit. Planning staff will make a recommendation for the use permit prior to a vote on the public hearing. Staff is also available for questions related to the permit request. Thank you.
Thank you, Cole. Did Sarah have anything? No? Okay. Are there any questions for staff from the commission? Okay, see hearing none. At this time, we will hear from the applicant and the witness, starting with Patrick Biger. Would you state your name and your address, please?
Yes. Good evening, Madam Chair, Vice Chair Jacobs, members of the board. My name is Patrick Biker. I'm with Morningstar Law Group. Our office is at 700 West Main Street here in Durham. Our team is here tonight on behalf of our client, III Capital Management, to present evidence in support of its application for a major special use permit for a community wastewater system, as well as a major site plan pursuant to sections 3.9.8 and 12.7 of the UDO. As noted by the staff report, a major special use permit is required for such wastewater systems in a conservation subdivision. I'd like to give you a brief background about Mason Farms. Mason Farms is an approximately 288-acre conservation subdivision with 141 house lots in the rural residential zoning district in northern Durham County. All 141 of the proposed homes will be on the west side of Highway 501 and on the south side of Preston Andrews Road. I want to emphasize at the outset that the board unanimously approved the same number of homes, 141, on the exact same 288 acres back on August 10, 2015. That project was called Wet Rock Farms. Long story short, the unique on-site farming concept did not work. Our client acquired these 288 acres through a deed in lieu of foreclosure, because our client was the lender for the previous developer. The Wet Rock Farms development was started and then it stalled due to problems with a lack of sales of home lots for new houses. With no revenue coming in, Wet Rock Farms failed. However, as was mentioned in the staff report, the road improvements have been built and approximately 55 out of the 141 house lots have been platted. Tonight we are presenting Mason Farms, and this is a project of which the county will be proud and which will stand as a fine example of environmentally sensitive green development that will emphasize the reuse of wastewater on site within this new neighborhood. Please keep in mind that development in this section of Durham County cannot exceed 6% impervious surface. In other words, 94% of the site will remain pervious and essentially undeveloped. Our team is proud to follow that mandate, and in keeping with the unique concept underlying Mason Farms, the applicant is proposing an innovative community wastewater system which utilizes proven technology to minimize environmental impacts while ensuring new residents will enjoy a safe and reliable supply of drinking water and efficient wastewater disposal. Again, this system requires a major special use permit in conjunction with the site plan as referenced in the staff report. These are in your agenda tonight as case numbers M22-00001 and D21-00325. For efficiency's sake, our witnesses will address all of the UDO requirements in a single hearing for both of these items. Our team will demonstrate its compliance with the requirements of the UDO this evening through the exhibits and testimony of the following witnesses, each of which, and this is tremendously important, each of which is an expert in his field. Our first witness will be Mr. Gary McConnell. He is one of our project engineers from McConnell and Associates, and they have designed the water and wastewater systems that are before you this evening. Mr. McConnell will describe how these systems work and provide testimony on those issues for approval of this special use permit. Second, Mr. Thomas Perdue, also with McConnell and Associates, will provide testimony on how the site plan for this conservation subdivision meets all the relevant UDO requirements. Next, Mr. Reinald Stephenson, a very experienced, highly qualified traffic engineer with Ramey Kemp. He will address how the application meets all the criteria of the UDO relating to traffic issues. And last of all, Mr. Jarvis Martin, who is a state certified real estate appraiser, will address the UDO requirements relating to property values. Madam Attorney and Madam Chair, at this time, in the interest of efficiency, I'd like to introduce into the record as exhibits all of the resumes of our expert witnesses, as well as a traffic report by Ramey Kemp and the site plans that are in the PowerPoint presentation that we are showing the board this evening. If I may, Madam Attorney and Madam Chair, may I approach?
Certainly.
Madam Chair, may I use this time as an opportunity to ask a due process question, please, and introduce myself?
What is your name, ma'am?
My name's Robin Barefoot. I'm a licensed attorney in North Carolina, and I'm here with my neighbors, and I am a party to this action. And I don't appear often in this venue, so I may likely be out of turn. But I wanted to make sure that you were aware that we were prepared to cross-examine all of the witnesses that are being presented. We do have substantive concerns and evidence that we'd like to put forward. I'd like to take a seat at one of these tables, and I want to be able to make sure that I'm available to you, and I felt like that opportunity was...
Okay, so to keep this in order, I will ask you to, did you sign up to speak?
I did.
Okay, so I will call you when we will allow the people that he's just named, that I have allowed them to speak, and then I will call you up, and you can do the cross-examination at that time.
That'll be perfect.
Thank you. Thank you.
Table rather than sit in my chair with a lap.
I would prefer that you just wait, please.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah. If you just give them to the clerk, Patrick, and she can pass them out. If you'll do that, please. And while he's doing that, with the next person that he named, come on up, Gary McConnell, will you come on up to speak, please?
I may wrap up my introduction, Madam Chair, members of the
Okay.
board. As you consider this evidence, please keep in mind the legal standards which govern this type of hearing. As your outside counsel stated earlier, it is the applicant's burden to show that it has met each of the standards in the UDO through the introduction of competent, substantial, and material evidence. If the applicant meets this burden, it is entitled to the issuance of the special use permit. This is an important point. A special use permit is a permitted use provided the applicant establishes certain facts through the evidence. If it does, the applicant is entitled to a requested permit under state law. This is very different from a rezoning, which goes to the Planning Commission and then to the Board of County Commissioners in order to change a zoning district. We are very confident that the competent, material, substantial evidence which will be submitted to you this evening will establish clearly that the applicant has complied with all the requirements of the UDO and therefore is entitled to the requested major special use permit. I wish to highlight for the board that the staff report in this agenda item is very thorough, and I've been doing this for almost 30 years. It's one of the best staff reports I've ever seen. And I want to specifically thank Cole, Jessica, and Plan Director Young on the record for that. If there is testimony by non-expert witnesses under North Carolina General Statute 160D-1402, that is not considered competent evidence, and accordingly, I will have to object on the record. With that, given that background, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. McConnell. Again, I have no desire to offend anybody, but if there is incompetent evidence offered, I will be objecting on the record. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for members of the board. If you do not have any questions for me, I'll turn it over to Mr. McConnell to discuss the wastewater system and the related issues for our special use permit.
Not at this time, Patrick. We will listen to all of your witnesses, and then we'll entertain questions if the board has any. And if you will recite your name and address, please.
Yes, I'm Gary McConnell. I'm president of McConnell Associates, which is located at 501 Cascade Point Lane, Suite 103, Cary, North Carolina. My resume is in the Exhibit A to look at. I've been practicing engineering for quite some time now, and we've had McConnell and Associates for almost 30 years. One of our prime specialties is on-site water and wastewater, which this project entails. I'm here to basically describe the engineering and design of the system, here to explain specifically how the system will operate, and make clear the basis of knowledge. One thing the site has is the lack of public utilities which serves the site, and that requires that the development of the system requires basically an on-site system for both water and wastewater. The approach we're taking is basically innovative and is designed to be consistent with all applicable regulations. Water will be provided by a community well system and served pretty much as a municipal system does. Wastewater will be treated to state-of-the-art by a state-of-the-art system, and I'd like to say that this has actually met the NSF National Science Foundation's requirements for reuse as well as nutrient removal. We've chose the type of system because it is basically has a very low profile. All basins are covered, or all containers are covered, and it basically is very green. One thing we like is that it will use well water. Well water will be taken from the ground. Highly treated water to reuse quality will basically be irrigated subsurface to the system, so there'll be little, basically it puts the water at the root zone. There is no runoff, and we're proud of that. The alternatives could be either to this type system would basically be a package plant or potentially septic systems. And we've designed numerous repairs of failed septic systems in Durham County. The water system, basically in summary, is it's a system of wells. It's in a remote location. It'll be monitored by an operator. And the nice thing is there's only a few wells which provide a conduit that could potentially at some point contaminate groundwater, rather than having 141 wells on the site. We've met all the state requirements for that, and it's been approved, and it provides a significant pressure and quality basically for the neighborhood. Wastewater, in summary, the wastewater system, we had to come up with a system because there is no public system available, so we went with a community system. Basically, I'm going to describe it in individual septic systems weren't recommended, obviously, because they can provide contamination, they can fail. A homeowner isn't the most qualified person to maintain and operate them. So basically, with the community system, we have highly treated wastewater that will be irrigated into the ground. Basins, basically, all the wastewater will be collected by a series of step systems, which will Several homes will flow by gravity to a pump station, which will go in a common line to the treatment center. And from the treatment center, it'll go into a series of tanks, and basically the water will be sprayed over beads or media, which basically take up all the nutrients and pollutants. Again, another thing we're very proud of is we're going to use UV disinfection. Okay, that's with basically you disinfect it with light. And the nice thing with that, there's no chemicals added to the wastewater. And again, we came up with this because we felt that septic tanks were an older system, and having repaired several of them in single-family homes in Durham County. I can take you out there and show you plenty that we've had to repair. We feel that this is more than meets the requirements of the state and is green. The other option would be a packaged sewer plant. We did not use that type of technology for the simple reason that it has open basins. It's very susceptible to wide variations in flow, and it's much more difficult to operate. So the system we have, the only moving parts are pumps. Very simple. It's not as complex. So the advantage is you have highly treated wastewater with a relatively simple system. And again, one of the reasons we did not want to go to that type system is it's more difficult to operate, and also odors sometimes can be an issue. For example, the collection system, again, state-of-the-art, we're collecting several homes into one tank and then pumping it to the treatment system. And again, we're irrigating with the vegetation on the overall throughout the site. This we feel has many advantages over traditional systems: highly treated effluent, clean effluent, no chemicals, simple to operate. And the nice thing is the system is going to be turned over to a private utility. So there'll be requirements for operation, there'll be requirements for maintenance, and the homeowner would have basically living like in the municipal area. We have a municipal plant, and someone's taking care of the system. Some other things that we did that I think are very beneficial is we'll have backup power available, so that if there were power outage, and whether it be a hurricane or ice storm or something, the system could be maintained. One other point that I'd like to make is with the conservation, we pride ourselves in having systems that are environmentally important, and basically we have a goal to make sure we obtain that. And with the conservation district, the nice thing with that is only a small portion of that land will be actually developed. More of the land will actually be in trees and wooded areas, and we'll be irrigating the fields, the wooded areas with the wet water, and by such it's not being discharged to a creek or stream. Again, this system has been fully evaluated by the state, independent sources, National Science Foundation, to meet all the required above and beyond the requirements. Again, Durham County health officials have approved it. And again, with the conservation subdivision, we're very proud of that. And again, there'll be a performance bond to make sure that provided to the planning department and amended to cover each new section as it's added. There'll also be insurance requirements will be obtained and expanded to cover each new section of the system as it is added. Proof to be provided to planning department. And the superiority of the system to a traditional system is just many times over. Again, it's certified by the state, and accordingly, all the requirements of UDO section 12.7.1.c have been met. In conclusion, the water and wastewater systems proposed meet all the requirements of the UDO for issuance of the requested major special use permit. I'd be happy to answer any questions that the board has.
Thank you. Okay. Commissioners have any questions?
And Can you, you said you have installed these systems other places?
The systems that we have, we've done anywhere from single family to larger facilities, and we've done literally hundreds of them, to be honest with you. I mean, that's for the last 29 years, one of our specialties has been doing these systems. The treatment system alone, we've converted a lot of failed systems in Durham that don't have the available land so that we can actually discharge to the water bodies of the state. That's how clean the water is. If I took the water from the treatment system and held it up to you, it looked just pretty much like mountain clear water.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, again, Patrick Biker, attorney for the applicant. Our next witness will be Mr. Thomas Perdue, also with McConnell and Associates. His resume is Exhibit C in the notebook that we've submitted.
Not yet. I'm not going to forget you.
Okay.
But not yet. Okay? I know you're there.
Thank you.
And I won't forget you.
Good evening. My name is Thomas Perdue. I am a project manager for McConnell Associates of 501 Cascade Point Lane in Cary. I have a bachelor's of science in biological engineering. I am a licensed professional engineer in the state of North Carolina with more than 12 years of experience within the engineering profession. My resume is included in the binder handed to you this evening. With McConnell and Associates, I specialize in civil site design, utility engineering, stormwater engineering, and water system design. I served as the project manager for this project. I personally worked on and supervised the site plan for the Mason Farm site. This project proposes a conservation subdivision with 141 single-family home lots with a community water and wastewater system. The UDO lists 12 purposes for establishing conservation subdivisions. This conservation subdivision is being established to meet the following purposes. 1, to provide flexibility of design in order to promote environmentally sensitive and efficient uses of the land. 2, to provide in perpetuity unique or sensitive natural resources such as groundwater, floodplains, wetlands, streams, steep slopes, woodlands, and wildlife. 3, to permit clustering of houses and structures on less environmentally sensitive soils, which will reduce the amount of infrastructure, including paved surfaces and utility easements necessary for residential development. 4, to reduce erosion and sedimentation by minimizing land disturbance and removal of vegetation in residential development. 5, to encourage street designs that reduce traffic speeds and reliance on main arteries. 6, to conserve scenic views from public roadways and reduce perceived density. The planning department staff has reviewed the site plan and has found the site compliant with these purposes. There are other UDO review factors the site plan must comply with for the approval of the special use permit. Those factors include the following. Lighting. Any proposed lighting will meet UDO standards, which should not be an issue in this rural area. Signs. Signage for this new neighborhood will be in compliance with applicable ordinance standards. Open space. The proposed site plan complies with UDO open space requirements. The total area of proposed open space will exceed the minimum UDO requirement of 50% of the project area. Environmental protection. The proposed site plan meets all relevant UDO impervious surface limitations and other environmental protection standards. This has been comprehensively reviewed by your county staff. The proposed site plan removes 2 stream crossings from the previously approved wet rock farms plan. The screening, buffering, and landscaping. The site plan demonstrates compliance for all UDO requires screening, buffering, and landscaping. Effects on nearby properties. In my expert opinion, there will not be noticeable increases to noise, odor, or lighting at the site as a result of granting this major special use permit, and therefore no significant impacts on nearby properties. Compatibility. This site plan reflects development that is appropriate for the neighborhood and is compatible with the surrounding area. The proposed site design will be in compliance with the current zoning on the property. The scale and design of the proposed neighborhood will fit in well within Northern Durham County. consistency with policy. The proposed development is consistent with the very low density designation shown on the future land use map. The plan is compliant with the watershed overlay district limitation of 6% impervious surface allowable at the site. With all that being said, it is my professional opinion that the approval of this special use permit will be, 1, in harmony with surrounding areas, 2, compatible with existing anticipated uses and is consistent with the approved use from 2015, 3, in conformance with all special requirements applicable to the use, 4, consistent with the Durham future land use map, 5, in conformance with all the UDO review factors I have discussed. In conclusion, the water and wastewater systems proposed meet all the requirements of the UDO for issuance of the requested major special use permit. Happy to answer any questions you have.
Okay. You complete? Question. Are there any questions from the commissioner? Hearing none. I do have, ma'am, would you repeat, would you say, what is your name, please?
Yeah, I'll be happy to. My name's Robin Barefoot. My state bar number is 13041. I have my resume at the bench. That was helpful. Give you?
Said you signed up, Robin? Barefoot? So can you, what is the special damage that you will incur if this permit is passed?
I at 7 I written note from when as both wet rock.
Speak in the mic.
Over there,
Oh,
and
I'd
I'll
be
turn
happy
that mic
to.
on for you.
I don't have my notes.
Okay.
Is it on? Are we there? Okay. Hello and good evening. I'm Robin Barefoot. I live at 6726 Johnson Mill Road in Durham, North Carolina. I am the corner property with Preston Andrews on its westernmost terminus. I am a licensed attorney with the state of North Carolina and have been for 40 years. My bar number is 13041, and I do have resumes that I'm happy to present to the board. I thank you for your time and attention to this matter. We are here, a number of us who are neighbors are here because we have concerns for the subdivision and have researched in detail in order to present 6 substantive concerns that match the testimony being given by the witnesses that Mr. Biker is putting forward. My special damages, Madam Chair, which is the question you asked me, is that I received that notice, that written notice from the county, and therefore that makes me a party to this action, I believe, because I am in close enough proximity that if there was any nuisance from this project or any damage to or reduction of my drinking water or any contamination of the soil as a result of the wastewater treatment, I would be directly impacted, as would most of the neighbors that have joined me tonight. And so I am an estate planning lawyer, I'm a tax lawyer, I'm a philanthropic lawyer. I've been practicing for 40 years. I also work at Investors Title Insurance Company for more than a decade, so I understand land law very well. I do not practice in tribunals, so I apologize for any fumbling that I have caused by raising my hand and asking permission to approach and so forth. You won't hold that against my neighbors.
Are you here representing all the neighbors?
I'm not really representing them. I am a party and I am a lawyer, and when I listened to the tape of the September 12th, 2022 hearing, I heard Mr. Biker advise you that only a licensed attorney could cross-examine. And since I am a member of the community and since I am a lawyer, I'm here to cross-examine the witnesses as a means to demonstrate to this board that I think there are a lot of unanswered questions. At the testimony as it was provided gives you one side, but it certainly does not give you, I think, the full side. I also have a question about the interpretation that your outside counsel has given, and I don't know if there's legal counsel in the room. You'll forgive me again for not knowing the players. Is that you? It's nice to meet you. Robin Barefoot. But my understanding, based on research, is that the Coates canon of judicial administration allows insufficient evidence to be entered in these kinds of hearings. It's a quasi-judicial hearing. The strict rules of evidence do not apply in this courtroom, in this tribunal. And so we've prepared ourselves well, and I think you'll find I'm articulate and will be very succinct. I want to simply put in before you the information that I don't think you have. And so I want to do that fairly and rightly through cross-examination. My neighbors, some of them are going to ask to speak for the 3-minute, interested party segment. But I'm here as a means of engaging with the applicant.
So how close do you live to the affected property?
I have to live within 600 feet because I got the written letter. I mean, I don't, I do, my property, so I live on 6 acres on the corner of Preston Andrews and Johnson Mill Road. I have 3 buildable lots, and I live on the middle one. Between me and this tract of land, there is there are several neighbors going down Preston Andrews, but I think the tract of land that is under discussion comes up behind all of them, and so I come within 600 feet. I've not walked it. I've walked the street. In fact, I have 24 photographs, and I can take you on a walk down this street. It's a lovely day, blue sky, and you can see what this road looks like, because I'm greatly concerned about the traffic, the testimony that the traffic engineer gave in September was wholly inadequate to address the concerns.
Objection. State law clearly states that only a traffic engineer may testify in regards to traffic issues.
I'll ask.
North Carolina General Statute 160D 1402J.
We're going to sustain.
Record.
Thank you. So yeah, I'm having to consult with the attorney so that I make sure that this process is done
Yes.
Correctly and legally.
One of our primary concerns is statutory construction of the UDO, and one of our humble suggestions, even recommendation for this tribunal, is to ask a judge in this county to do a declaratory judgment on how that statute should be interpreted, because I think your planning department has.
Objection.
Here and allow.
So
I'm gonna let the attorney say what I'm just gonna
Please,
say.
and tell me your name, ma'am.
hi,
Thank you.
Will decide that you have pending basic, but only for yourself. So if you do that on your own behalf, but you cannot do that on behalf of the neighbors.
Okay, that'll be fine. My questions are framed because they're my questions. I'm not representing my neighbors.
Okay, as long as that's clear, yes.
Okay, thank you so much. May I?
Does she cross-examine each person?
So you'll be able to cross-examine the witness after they've testified.
Okay. Okay. Am I also able to cross-examine the Mr. Reniger and the planning department as staff who have supported this?
You'll be able to cross-examine whoever testifies.
Okay.
That will be Mr. Vice, and he'll be able to do the same for anyone that testifies.
Okay.
Opposing the.
We will make that work.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm going this way.
No, I think that's it. So the last speaker, do you have any questions for him?
Mr. McConnell?
No, it was Thomas Purdue.
I do have questions for Thomas Purdue. I also have questions. But
Let's start with Mr. Purdue. Get the questions.
may I microphone?
Yes.
Or would you rather me?
No, you can use the mic.
Excellent.
Have any?
Fair.
Yeah.
Yes.
If I could ask,
If you'll just pass it to the clerk.
if I could ask,
I don't have time to read it right now.
I don't mean to put your retained outside counsel on the spot, but if perhaps Ms. Matthews could amplify the requirement of special damages that are necessary to be proven under state law for standing. Ms. Matthews, again, I apologize for putting you on the spot, but I would ask that question since it's a very commonly raised issue in quasi-judicial proceedings. If you would like to address it, that would be great. If not, I'll be happy to do so.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes. Go ahead.
Okay, there's no one particular factor or set of factors that are conclusive as it relates to special damages. But the board needs to be satisfied that the party has a credible allegation of harm to the individual's use and enjoyment of their property. And again, this special use permit is related to the wastewater system only. It sounds like the Rob and Ms. Council Barefoot, due to our proximity, their proximity has alleged potential damages due to that proximity from the wastewater system. But again, the board has to be satisfied with those allegations. And Mr. Biker, you are allowed the opportunity to cross-examine Council Barefoot on the issue of standing alone right now. And again, as we're going through this exercise of determining standing, the parties need to limit their testimony and their questions to standing right now.
Very good. Thank you, Ms. Matthews.
Okay. So, to Purdue and Ms. Barefoot, you have questions for him.
I do have questions for him, but I'm going to also raise a question to Mr. Darby's colleague who works in the county attorney's office, and that is that in the September hearing for this very matter, there was the special permit for the major special use permit and the site plan were presented as a combined item. They were not bifurcated. They were presented as combined, and Mr. Riniger, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, indicated that when you approved the site plan, the special use permit, it was a de facto approval of the site plan. Tonight, I'm noticing that what has been presented has been this bifurcation of these two issues. And so I have concerns about being able to articulate what is at issue here, which I think is the qualification of the site plan as a conservation subdivision, which gives the applicant the ability to propose this wastewater treatment system. So I feel as if the cart has been put in front of the horse, and you are all going to be moved into taking an action that I find unsustainable based on the second action, which is the site plan.
So, Ms. Barefoot, Attorney Matthews, can you respond to her? Because you're circling around in so many different conversations right now that for the board,
yes,
I'd like for you to be able to ask you a straight question and that's not what's happening. So can you pull your question back and be a little bit more clear about what it is you're asking?
Yes, I'll be happy to. So I can direct this to Ms. Matthews or counsel here in the courtroom.
You have to direct your questions to the applicant.
To the applicant. Hello, applicant. Hello. I would like to ask why this hearing has been bifurcated, why this action has been bifurcated into two separate parts, when 60 days ago it was a combined action.
Madam Chair, if I may interrupt, are you able to hear me still?
Yes.
Yes.
So at this time, we are still in what I'm referring to as the applicant's case in chief. If the board is satisfied that Robin Barefoot has standing to participate in the hearing this evening, then right now that is limited to cross-examining the witnesses put on by the applicant. Then Ms. Barefoot would have the opportunity to present her case in chief, which includes presentation of evidence, calling their own witnesses, but it is not appropriate to question
The tribunal.
legal counsel. I would argue at any point, but certainly not at this point during the applicant's presentation of evidence.
So the other
Thank you.
question I have is, can she question staff?
I believe that is appropriate. The staff report and materials have been entered into evidence. So as a party, Ms. Barefoot does have the right to inspect those documents and to cross-examine them or meet them with rebutting evidence, if any. But the questions must be limited to the special use permit, the staff report, and the issues at hand now, which is not the major site plan.
Thank you.
Okay. So Sarah, were you had any response to that, or that takes it out of your?
Department, just want to clarify that I think the distinction that's trying to be made is that the quasi-judicial proceeding is for the use permit for the wastewater treatment. The site plan is an administrative approval, even though it is an administrative approval that is being brought to you all for you to make an administrative approval. That site plan is not a public hearing. It is brought to you in tandem with the use permit, so you have the full context of what is being approved. But I just want to clarify that that's the difference between the two approvals, why they're packaged together, but also being referred to separately. So hope that's clear as mud.
That is. Thank you. Commissioner Carter?
Sarah, when you say administrative approval, you mean an approval based on the fact that this is a by right?
Correct.
Okay.
And for the record, the interpretation of by right is unacceptable and incorrect, and we have communicated directly with Mr. Darby today and previously on that point, as well as with the planning department, and I would like to speak to that, but I will wait to do so when I can return Mr. Riniger or you, Sarah, to the microphone. Yes. Which applicant am I speaking to?
Now, this is Mr. Biker. Which one are you asking? You're directing your
I
questions
can take them
to?
in the order that they were, or we can put Mr. Perdue back there. I'm happy to start with the water conservation, great, Mr. Perdue. Thank you so much. I appreciate your work. I want to ask some questions about the site plan, which again is what I think is the underpinning here. So how many conservation subdivision standards are there in the UDO?
There are 14.
Now, is that,
Well, that's-
is that,
That's more of a,
I'll rephrase the question. How many conservation subdivision standards does Mason Farms meet?
I need clarification from Ms. Matthews because I thought we were not discussing the site plan or the conservation subdivision, and the only matter before us is the wastewater treatment plant.
that's my
I'm really,
understanding as
I
well.
really, it's very important that we follow the process this time. And Attorney Matthews, I'm really asking you to please help guide this process so that we are doing this the right way.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's correct. I think there might be a delay in my comments, but I did want to chime in and say that that line of questioning is inappropriate. As you said, we are sticking to the major special use permit with regard to the wastewater management system. And on cross-examination, again, you are not bound to the strict rules of evidence or court procedure, but typically cross-examinations are limited to the scope of the testimony that that witness has previously provided.
But that witness testified to the elements of the conservation subdivision. He testified to that, and he designed the site plan. And if his testimony, if my questions aren't relevant, then his testimony isn't relevant. And again, these things are inextricably conflated, and I'm happy to talk around both of them. I'm really not trying to shut anyone down. I have a statement that my neighbors and I, as an interested party, I am for a development that meets the right regulations. I am for a conservation subdivision if it meets the right reservation requirements. This is not about we don't want a development. This is about having a development that has been transparently represented, accurately represented, and isn't bootstrapping itself into a previously issued approval for a different site plan. Mr. Riker himself articulated that this is not the same plan, but yet for some reason we're not revisiting the question of does it actually meet the 12 conservation subdivision elements? And
So-
the
So
witness.
To really be able to move this along,
Yes, please.
I really need you to not editorialize,
Thank you.
but direct your questions to the applicant, and let's, so that we can move the process
I will
along,
endeavor to
please.
do so.
Yeah,
Thank you.
thank you.
Hey, Mr. Perdue.
yes, your question, how many standards or goals does this conservation subdivision meet?
Yes,
The UDO list is 12, excuse me.
correct.
We meet 6 of those.
Okay. And those are numbers 1, 2, 4, 5, and 11.
Don't mind. I
You
can
had
read those to you.
renumbered them,
I can
yes.
read those to you exactly. To provide flexibility of the design in order to promote environmentally sensitive and efficient uses of the land, to preserve in perpetuity unique or sensitive natural resources such as groundwater, floodplains, wetlands, streams, steep slopes, woodlands, and wildlife habitat, to permit clustering of houses and structures in less environmentally sensitive soils, which will reduce the amount of infrastructure, including paved surfaces and utility easements necessary for residential development, to reduce erosion and sedimentation by minimizing land disturbance and removal of vegetation in residential development, to encourage street designs that reduce traffic speeds and reliance on main arteries, and to conserve scenic views from public roadways and reduce perceived density.
Great. And so you're not going to preserve important historic archaeological sites or promote interconnected greenways or corridors. You're not going to promote contiguous green space. You're not encouraging interaction in the community by reducing reliance on automobiles or constructing landscaped walking trails, and you're not protecting prime agricultural land and preserving farming. I loved our conversation today about food, and I want to applaud the board for listening to that important conversation about farming. So this is, but you maintain that this is a conservation subdivision, even though it meets only 6 of the standards.
That's correct.
Okay. And I think it's 6. I think he added another one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There are 6 out of 12. So you're at a 50% mark. Even though the conservation subdivision UDO says that it shall be established for 12 purposes, and they are connected together by the word and, A-N-D. My next question, in order to not editorialize and to stay on point, I'm going to inquire about how many standards did Mason Farms
Objection, irrelevant.
Okay, thank you. Will there be a farm on the property?
No.
Will there be a vineyard?
No. Irrelevant. Irrelevant. These are not UDO standards.
Yeah.
Objection, irrelevant.
Okay. What was wrong with the Wet Rock site plan that we decided to repurpose?
Testified to that, it went bankrupt.
Okay, and your client is the lender to that entity.
That is correct.
The attorney's not supposed to testify, I'm told by...
I took the oath, I gave an introduction, I'm merely restating what my introduction produced for the board in order for them to have a background to make an informed decision based on my 28 years of experience of presenting cases like that.
Thank you. If the subdivision didn't qualify for as a conservation subdivision, how many homes could exist on the property? If it didn't qualify for conservation subdivision, how many homes could be built?
Oh, that's not something we have prepared.
Okay, but
That's not within the scope of the conservation subdivision site plan that we prepared.
right. So it would then, if it's not a conservation subdivision, then it becomes just rural residential.
I'm going to have to interrupt here. The focus of this hearing is for the special use permit for the wastewater system.
Okay.
That's where the focus is.
Right.
Okay.
Anything outside of that is outside of the scope of this hearing.
Okay, but we're going to get back to talking about the site plan afterwards, and Mr. Perdue can take the stand at that time again.
It was already explained that that's an administrative procedure. Here, this hearing is for the wastewater system. So I would ask that your questions, your cross-examination questions, be focused.
And so I can, the applicant can put on testimony about the site plan, about traffic, about value of the adjoining properties, but I can't cross-examine any of them. I can only cross-examine Mr. McConnell, who's speaking about the wastewater. And then then we're going to be told that the site plan has been administratively approved, even though there is real questions about the approval. Indeed, there are questions about the transparency of the occupant, because the property still bears a sign that says...
Barefoot.
Mm-hmm.
This is argumentative. There's a very narrow, you hear what the attorneys are saying.
I do.
We have to follow what the attorneys are telling us to do. It's not what we are saying we want to do. We're bound by the narrow
scope of this review.
Scope of work that we have to do.
But there's an implication to that work, because the site plan will get approved, and then this development will go forward without adequate public hearing to address whether it's been properly administratively approved. And you are the board that approves what the planning department that does.
We are following the attorney's recommendations tonight.
Mm-hmm.
That's all we're doing. We have to do that, and we cannot get into an argumentative back and forth with you. It's just not allowed.
I understand.
I believe Attorney Matthews.
Madam Chair, are you able to hear me?
Yes.
So again, Sarah Young has told you that the development, the conservation subdivision itself is allowed by right. And that aspect of tonight's agenda item is approval of an administrative decision. There are other avenues outlined in the development ordinance about ways to challenge or request an interpretation of that approval. I do want to clarify your point about the scope of the cross. So there was testimony from a couple of witnesses about the previous development and some about the site plan. So I think that it may be at the discretion of the board, in fairness, be prudent to allow questions relevant to, again, what was discussed during the scope of the direct examination. However, the board does still have the discretion to limit questioning or any testimony that is immaterial, irrelevant, or otherwise repetitive. So I would just keep that in mind, Madam Chair. Those are two different issues, and you do have the right to exclude or limit evidence that is not relevant to the special use permit.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Alum.
may I just ask a clarifying question from Sarah Young or from someone from the planning department to clarify the debate around this being an administrative approval, of just defining what an administrative approval is for us and how that's not up for discussion, because that's not really something we have a decision point on of the site plan. If Sarah can provide a better explanation of that.
Sure, I'm happy to. Sarah Young again. Administrative approvals by law are required to be issued when all the technical standards have been met. And so typically those are staff approvals under state law, and under our local Unified Development Ordinance, it's set out what different types of applications are what level of approval. So a site plan is an administrative approval in our jurisdiction, and staff has basically said through their staff report to you all that we have verified that all technical requirements have been met except for approval of the required use permit. So if that use permit were to be approved tonight, then the site plan would be completely compliant with all requirements. You all should approve it. Does that answer your question, Commissioner? Sure. Just real quickly, I want to add that, and Attorney Matthews alluded to or talked about this, that if someone disagrees with an administrative approval that is issued, the remedy is to appeal that approval, and the ordinance lays out the path.
To appeal that, say that again.
If someone disagrees with an administrative approval, Unified Development Ordinance specifies the way in which that is to be appealed. They file an appeal that would go to the Board of Adjustment.
How would we get notice of an administrative approval as residents in the community?
So we do not currently provide notice for site plan approvals.
Right of appeal is meaningless. Is there a written approval of this site
Sarah,
plan?
I just wanted to clarify. So I asked Sarah for a clarifying question, but she's not allowed to be testified or cross-examined as a staffer at this point. Just raised a.
So, and what the commissioner is saying is that when commissioners are talking to staff, we're talking back and forth to the staff. It's not talking in the audience and then back. It's just a matter of keeping order.
Yes. Help me out.
Commissioner Jacobs.
And just to clarify, Sarah, as the director of the planning department, that this site plan has met all of the requirements of a conservation subdivision that in our adopted UDO. Can you clarify that, if it has or it has not?
That is correct. Staff has verified compliance with all of the requirements. Some of what you are hearing tonight is concern about compliance with the purpose statements in that part of the ordinance. Previously stated that purpose statements are not regulatory.
Okay. And so, and then getting back to the administrative approval, so we would be required, we would be required by law to approve, if we approve if we approve the permit for the sewer system, then we are required by law to approve the site plan. I just want to clarify that. That's not, we don't have discretion. I just want to clarify that. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so do you have other questions for any of the other applicants?
Has that question been directed at me? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Do I have question for, let's see, did I finish with Mr. Perdue or Mr. Biker? I think I asked the question about whether if the subdivision doesn't qualify as a conservation, how many homes could be built? Is that considered out of the scope of this review? I also wanted to understand about the acreage on the other side of 501 and its computation into the total math that allows for the 141 homes. I also was planning to ask Mr. Perdue why they chose the name of Mason Farms. I think that those were all my questions for Mr. Perdue.
So, attorney, are those questions allowable?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
I'm
sorry.
Can you answer those questions? The number of homes that would be built?
I don't, are you asking me or Mr. Biker?
I'm asking you. Are those questions allowable?
Are those questions admissible?
Yes.
If the board determines, if you determine that those are irrelevant to the special use permit, then you can decide not to allow them to be answered. Or if the applicant's counsel has any objections to the line of questioning.
We
And
object
again,
on.
you can hear, you can hear evidence that may not be competent material substantial if you wish, but it cannot be considered in your actual determination.
We object on the basis of relevance because they don't apply to any UDO criteria for a special use permit under UDO section 3.9.8, but in the interest of full disclosure, Mr. Perdue will do his best to answer those questions.
Hi again. We're becoming best friends. Sure. I guess one of my questions is why UDO section 6.24 is not what you recited when you mentioned the but let me ask the question I was phrasing. If you were following the rural residential zoning requirements of Northern Durham County, how many homes would be able to be built on this property?
Density would allow, I believe, no more than 141.
Using 3 acres?
No, for the conservation subdivision.
Yes.
Would allow, okay.
If you were
Understand
not.
the question. So it would be less than 100.
Less than 100, okay. And you would still be in that math, you would still be counting the acreage across 501 that's part of the parcel?
Correct.
Okay, and also the parcel that's across Preston Andrews?
Correct.
Okay, the total parcel, total acreage, okay. And I guess my other question was related to, do you know why the name Mason Farms was chosen? Is that relevant to anything? It's not.
Nope.
So I'm going to skip that question. I think that you've been very helpful. Thank you so much. Sorry to make you get them down.
Okay, so you had, who else do you have questions for?
I would love to questions for Mr. McConnell, please. Thank you.
Hi.
Hi.
Thank you for your time. I want to ask whether the wastewater system that's being proposed for Mason Farms is distinctly different from that which was proposed for Wet Rock when it was approved in 2015.
It was essentially the same.
It was essentially the same. Were there any differences at all?
Maybe just locations and pump tanks, things along that nature, but the treatment process that was basically the same.
Okay, the engineer that designed that wastewater system was Stewart, is the name of that prior engineer?
No, Stewart did the original site plan. We were brought in after the site had been laid out. The redesign into a conservation subdivision actually allowed for more land to remain vacant, shall we say, or less developed. So we went with and it also was a better design. I mean, so we were brought in because from the soil scientists recommended us because some of the original proposed layouts for the drainage fields, the drip systems just wouldn't work. They weren't based on soils.
Okay. Who pays for the private utility that will be servicing this system once it's built?
When a private utility takes over, it's just similar to getting a bill from the municipality. Basically, their rates are regulated by the utility commission.
So each of the 141 homes will receive a bill from the utility company?
That's correct.
So they will share some pro rata?
At least that's the way it's set up now, yes.
Okay. What happens, so doesn't rely on a homeowners association?
No, homeowners associations, in our opinion, aren't really, in many cases, they don't have the experience, they don't have the expertise to operate it.
Mm-hmm. The 3-acre minimum that's required in northern Durham County has always been explained to me because the land in northern Durham County is densely clay, and therefore it's hard to find perk sites. And so they require a 3-acre minimum both to minimize, give the homeowner ample opportunity to find a perk site, A, and B, to make sure that the contaminants, the effluent, we'll call it the effluent, doesn't overwhelm the groundwater, because our groundwater is going into the Little River and Neuse River basins, I think is correct. So explain to me how 141 homes on a single system is a plausible alternative to that.
Excuse me just a second. My understanding was that you were supposed to ask questions related to damages that you would incur. So the line of questioning seems to be broader than damages that you would individually incur. Am I hearing that wrong?
Well, do we wait for the train?
I would interject, Madam Chair. The original line of questioning was to establish standing. So those questions and testimony were properly limited to the special damages allegedly potentially incurred by Robin Barefoot. Now that it has been decided that Ms. Barefoot is a party to the litigation or party to the hearing, okay. She has those due process rights to cross-examine witnesses and to present her own testimony and all of the other due process rights that we discussed based on or regarding the special use permit in its totality, not just those specific damages.
Thank you for that clarification. Yeah. Okay.
So I'm trying to understand how 141 homes on a large wastewater system, when the rural required minimum is 1 acre, 1 home on 3 acres, which we are going to just use as an estimate less than 100. How am I confident, where's my confidence that this is not going to contaminate the groundwater that I do use? I have a well on my property, and so I'm assuming that the aquifer that runs underneath. So I'm wondering about the water, the quality of my water.
Objection on the basis of speculation. Mr. McConnell, if you'd please answer the question how the 141 house wastewater system that you've designed is superior to individual septic tanks on 3-acre lots. You may answer that question.
I think it's a very good question. I said Durham is full of failed systems. You're right. Durham is in the Triassic Basin. There are expansive clays in the area. That's absolutely correct. We've repaired many systems and got discharged for the type of treatment we're using right now. When you have the system that we're providing, I'm more worried about your septic tank. Because your septic tank, all it does is the solids settle out and the grease floats to the top and there's a baffle. Everything else goes out. So when your system fails, it pollutes. It pollutes. In our system, everything's going to a treatment center where all the nutrients will be removed, the pollutants will be removed. So essentially that was coming out of this reuse quality water. By statute, you're not allowed to bathe in it or drink it in case, bacteria got through, a virus got through. But the water that's coming out, if you look at what comes out of our system, it's basically, looks like a mountain stream water. What comes out of your system will be a milky gray. So what we do is we treat it to a high level, and then we distribute it out throughout the site, the different places where we basically are putting it at about 6 inches into the root zone. So that water is actually being taken up to the plants, and any excess water can filter down to the groundwater and recharge the groundwater. So if you're talking about a system that's environmentally friendly, it's far superior to the system you have right now. I mean, we don't discharge anything. I've seen plenty of systems in Durham County where, it's like the Beverly Hillbillies. Up from the ground came a bubbling crude, and I'll tell you right now, it
wasn't oil, right? I guess my question was more about the density, the number of homes that will be relying on this system. But thank you for answering the question.
One other quick thing. In order to do the system that we did, we worked closely with the soil scientists who evaluated, had many site visits out there, did extensive monitoring, perk tests to see how fast the water moves through. It's called the perk test, or hydraulic conductivity. The site was modeled by to make sure that it could handle the water in the places and the areas we did it. So it's not just that we went out there and said, oh, we're going to put it arbitrarily anywhere. It was engineered by not just myself, but it was also, we relied on licensed hydrogeologists, soil scientists. So I'm saying I'm proud to be involved with a system where we're not just putting septage out there that can fail.
Yes, those are great answers. I think my concerns continue to be around the number of homes, but I appreciate your explaining to me the process. In the testimony that you gave on September 12th, you spoke about the number of wells that would be built. I don't know if you mentioned that tonight. How many wells, drinking water wells, will be serving?
There's 4 wells. So one of the problems you have, if you had individual sites and everybody had their own well, you now have 141 holes through the bedrock, through the strata, into the groundwater. So that's a conduit for potentially for contaminating the groundwater, which people rely on, like yourself. You're probably on a well, right?
I am, yes.
Okay. So you have, every time if you put 141 systems on there and someone's not taking care of the septic system that's 50 or 100 feet away and it fails and goes down there, you're drinking someone else's sewage.
Yeah.
Ours is going to we only have 4 wells. We've minimized the amount of environmental damage that can be done to the groundwater.
How do you install, does it require mass grading to install the community septic system, the wastewater, not septic, community wastewater system, and to install the pipes for the wells?
Some of the areas might be mass graded, but all the areas that we have irrigation sites on, okay? That's open land where, wildlife can grow, wildflowers can grow, trees can grow. We have different type sites.
After you grade it, they have to all
No,
grow
no.
back. No?
We do not disturb the soil where soil has structure, okay? So the soil basically develops a structure over years that allows water to percolate through it. There is no mass grading on the sites that are to be irrigated. If there's a house there that's not being irrigated, that can have mass grading.
Thank you for your testimony and answering my questions. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Were there any other, Patrick, did you,
Yeah, we have
one more speaker?
we have two more speakers, Reinald Stevenson, our traffic engineer, and Mr. Jarvis Martin, who is a licensed real estate appraiser. So I'll next turn it over to Mr. Reinald Stevenson.
Okay.
Good evening. My name is Reinald Stevenson with Ramey Kemp Associates. My address is 5808 Farrington Place, Raleigh, North Carolina. I am a licensed professional engineer in the state of North Carolina. I have been practicing civil engineering and traffic engineering specifically for over 20 years. I have a bachelor's degree from NC State in civil engineering, as well as a master's degree in civil engineering from NC State University. And I and our firm have worked on a traffic study for this particular project. And what we looked at in this traffic study is the trip generation that would be created by the project, by the development. We used the Institute of Transportation Engineers Trip Generation Manual, which is a nationally and locally accepted standard for trip generation calculations for developments such as this. And what we found in our traffic study that you have a copy of that was submitted earlier is that this particular development would generate approximately 1,400 trips per day. The NC DOT's threshold for requiring a full traffic impact analysis is 3,000 trips a day. So we are under half of that threshold, minimum threshold, to require a full TIA. This particular site would generate 102 trips in the morning peak hour period and 137 trips in the afternoon or PM peak hour period. And again, similarly, the county's minimum requirement for a traffic impact analysis is 150 trips in the peak hour. So we are under that threshold to require a full traffic impact analysis report. I'll address a few of the review factors in the UDO. And one of those I'll talk about is access and circulation. The proposed conservation subdivision has two full movement access points, and both of those are along Preston Andrews Road. They're, in this particular access plan would be considered better than a previous plan, that had a driveway connection directly onto US 501. The eastern driveway on Preston Andrews Road is going to be the main access for the subdivision, and there is a westbound left-hand turn lane that is currently built on Preston Andrews Road at this location. So there will be a left turn lane available there to allow folks entering the subdivision to remove themselves from the through lane along Preston Andrews Road, which will minimize delays and congestion at that access point. Another thing to point out about the access points are that there's ample stem lengths, which is the distance between Preston Andrews Road and the site or unit driveways. and that addresses the queuing that could be expected in and around the site. So it's in my professional opinion, this access configuration is the best access configuration we could have, since it eliminates the access point directly onto US 501 and puts the access points on on Preston Andrews Road, which is a little more suited better to handle this traffic. The NCDOT traffic counts from 2019 along US 501 shows that the road was carrying about 17,000 cars a day. Based on the NCDOT's capacity estimates for US 501, that road could handle approximately 35,000 cars a day. So it is, the traffic on US 501 is well under the capacity of that particular roadway. We do not expect the trips to and from the development to use 501 directly, and the proposed development is anticipated to be less than 10% of the future traffic volumes along US 501 in this area. And again, that's going to, even with the build out of this development, we would be well below the capacity of US 501. So Preston Andrews Road has a few hundred cars a day is our best estimate. There's not specific data available there, but just in judging by the surrounding roadways and the amount of development along that road, there is much lower traffic on that road than what we just talked about on US 501. The trips, the minimal trips are currently expected. Minimal trips are currently happening along Preston Andrews Road because there's minimal existing development, along this road. And this particular road is not expected to serve as a major cut through in the future in this area, so it's not expected to carry a lot more traffic than what's currently there today. As I said earlier, the proposed subdivision would generate about 1,400 trips a day, and the capacity of Preston Andrews Road would be significantly higher than that. Even if all 1,400 trips were going in one way, one direction at the same time on that road, 1,400 trips a day the Preston Andrews Road would still be well below capacity for that particular roadway. Having two access points on Preston Andrews Road also allows for some of the trips to be able to go out and utilize Johnson Mill Road or Mason Road to get to the west and south, so not everybody would sort of have to go out to US 501. And again, that helps keep some of the traffic, helps disperse the traffic throughout the road network. So in regards to the overall conservation subdivision, it's my professional opinion that there's adequate space to allow for emergency vehicle access to and from the site. I'll talk just a minute about parking and loading. The proposed conservation subdivision is expected to provide adequate parking for each home site, and the design promotes overall efficiency of parking and loading at each home site. While Section 3.9.8 of the UDO mentions service entrances and areas, it's not really relevant in this case since there's not any dumpsters associated with this development, since we're talking about residential homes. Accordingly, approval of the special use permit and site plan is not expected to have a significant adverse impact on adjacent properties, since the anticipated traffic impacts are minimal and will not adversely affect the health and safety of the public. So, in conclusion, it's my professional opinion that the site plan for the proposed residential neighborhood is in harmony with the area and that it meets the requirements applicable to a special use permit. It's my opinion that it's also my professional opinion that the site has been designed in an appropriate manner to accommodate automobile traffic, including emergency vehicles. In addition, the new neighborhood at this location is not anticipated to have significant impact on the public. and it will not adversely affect public health and safety, and this application adequately addresses all the review factors identified in the Durham UDO. And I'll be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Okay, do you have any questions for this witness?
I do have questions for this witness.
Sorry? Yes. I'm sorry.
Other board members ask.
Board members have their questions asked first. Before we do that, why don't we have, Commissioners, why don't we have the last one go ahead and speak? Both of those, then we can go ahead and get that. Mr. Martin, would you go ahead and testify, and then the commissioners, and ask their questions for either of you, and then we'll have you ask their questions, so that'll be all of their witnesses.
Good evening, Madam Chairperson, members of the Durham County Commissioner. My name is Jarvis Martin. I'm a state certified general appraiser with over 45 years of experience of appraising property here in the Durham area. I have 2 degrees from North Carolina Central University, a BS and a master's. I have been appraising residential and commercial property of all types for quite some time. At the request of the applicant, I have reviewed the site plan that's been presented tonight. I have visited the site itself, driven through the existing streets that are out there, as well as driven through some of the adjacent neighborhoods. Based upon my professional opinion, it is that the site has been designed in an appropriate manner to safely accommodate motor vehicle traffic, including emergency vehicles. In addition, the new neighborhood at this location is in harmony with the surrounding area, will not adversely impact health or safety of the public, and that the applicant has adequately addressed all the review issues identified in the Durham UDO. I'm available for any questions from anyone at this time.
Questions for either of the last. Carter?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to our witnesses, I guess. My question is for the last 2 speakers. When you've been giving your expert testimony, it seems to be related to the site plan. But in trying to make a decision about the major special use permit, would you also say that having this wastewater treatment plant is going to meet the requirements of the UDO?
Yes, I will. That those requirements also in the review process must meet the requirements of the UDO and would not adversely impact property value.
So having a wastewater treatment plant on this site would not have any sort of adverse impact on neighbors, et cetera, or on their property values or anything like that?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. And then the traffic engineer spoke about the adequacy of the roads as far as the whole neighborhood is concerned. I was expecting to hear some testimony about how, or not, the wastewater treatment, plant that we're going to make a decision about the special use permit. Would there be any traffic impact from that? Not the site itself, but just, since this is a hearing about the special use permit.
Yes, that's a good question. Yeah, wastewater treatment facilities really don't generate any traffic, maybe an occasional service vehicle or something like that, but no traffic would be generated by that facility.
Same thing with parking. I mean, basically, is there anything about the wastewater treatment plant that would be out of compliance with UDO as far as your area of expertise goes?
No, ma'am. Not from a transportation perspective at all.
Thank you.
If I may, Commissioner Carter, it's simply going through the specifications listed in UDO section 3.9.8 that apply to special use permits. So we're just doing our best to make sure we address every item that's raised in the staff report, which again did an excellent job of going through those items.
Right.
Thank you for your question.
I just wanted to be sure that I was connecting it to the wastewater treatment.
Yeah, we appreciate that. You're absolutely right. We just want to make sure we put on competent, substantial material evidence for every issue that's raised in the staff report. Thank you.
Any other questions for commissioners? Jacobs?
Well, my question is actually maybe not relevant, but I was just curious. You know, I've had many years of experience with traffic reports and peak hours, and I'm just wondering, is peak hour, is that based on commuting times predominantly? Is that what that is based on?
Yeah, it's a good question. The peak hours is, first of all, it's kind of what we look at in the whole transportation industry. It's what we want to sort of evaluate and sort of design to. But really, the way to think about it is it's really the rush hour. So it's the highest hour of the day, the heaviest traffic time of the day for the particular site. And so for a typical residential development, that would be the typical commuting, you know, what we would call rush hour morning and
Right.
rush hour afternoon.
Right. Well, I think at some point we may need to revise those standards because a lot of people are not commuting anymore, or they're working hybrid, or
Yeah.
have different times that they work. But
Well, that's interesting, and the data is continuously updated, and this is nationally accepted and reviewed and evaluated data.
Okay.
And I can say that the last edition of the data that was submitted, the trips did go down a little bit in the rush hour, because you're right, more people are at home or their days are spread out over more hours of the day. Not everybody going to work at 8 o'clock in the morning or coming home at 5 in the afternoon. And so that the data is starting to show that a little bit more. You're correct.
this is based on the newer standards then?
This is, yes,
Okay.
yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Any other questions for the board? Okay. River, do you have other questions for those two?
I do, and they're very direct, I think you'll find. Thank you again for your patience.
Thank you.
If I can keep the traffic engineer at the microphone, just for convenience, and I'm sorry, I didn't get your name.
My name is Reinald Stevenson.
Stevenson. I thought I heard Stevenson. Okay. Nice to meet you. So I heard you say that because the subdivision generates 1,400 trips, that's less than the 3,000 that requires a mandatory traffic study. Or you
Correct.
said something like that.
Right, yep, that's pretty close, yep.
Okay, but there is a traffic study provided to the tribunal.
Yeah, the traffic study, I think I said, that's been submitted was one that addresses the number of trips that the development would generate.
Mm-hmm.
And so I called that a traffic study. It's really more, it's a trip generation assessment of the development that says.
Yeah, you use that word.
Trip generation, that's how many trips it's going to generate. And then if it generated a higher number of trips, that's what would trigger, I think I may have called it a full traffic study or full traffic impact analysis report. That full traffic impact analysis report is really just a more detailed, in-depth look at the surrounding roads.
Yes.
But there has to be a minimum there, so you know, okay, if it doesn't generate at least this many trips, it's not going to have an impact on the surrounding roads.
And,
so you
and when was that trip generation assessment done?
This was done in September. It's the date on our letter. September 1st was the date of the letter.
If myself and several of my neighbors requested a copy of the traffic study, that was our incorrect language, and were not provided that information from your office. And so I would love to know that I could get a copy of that at some point.
I was not personally aware of that.
Okay. No, I'm sure you weren't. No,
Okay.
we just didn't get a copy of it, and so even though we had asked for it. Why has it been asserted by Mary Lynn Smith, who testified in September, and why do you think that not having direct access to Highway 501 makes this a better plan? Why is it a better plan to not have access to 501?
Yeah, typically, good access management, well, it's considered good access management by the NCDOT and the transportation planning staff is to direct the traffic onto roads, sort of a hierarchy of streets, and not if you can and have traffic access a quote side road like Preston Andrews Road instead of directly on the US 501, that would be considered preferable because when you have anytime you have a driveway connection on a road like US 501, with that many cars on 501, you're increasing the potential for there to be either congestion or some kind of issue. Still incredibly rare, but the general access and good access management principles would be to direct that traffic to a side street that can funnel out to a quote bigger intersection on the 501.
Yeah, and I guess that makes sense. Are you aware that there's a stoplight at Orange Factory Road, which is
Correct.
where? Okay. And there's not a stoplight at Preston Andrews.
Correct.
Yeah, and so you're telling me that 1,400 trips are going to come in and out of that subdivision, and that they are going to turn onto 501 in order to be able to go downtown or go to Research Triangle Park. And so how are we still not funneling traffic into the major highway, rather, even though we're using this side street, as you call it, there are side streets within the subdivision as well.
The traffic, so the traffic would come from the neighborhood onto Preston Andrews, and Preston Andrews intersects 501 as a, I guess you could call it a bigger intersection with turn lanes and that sort of thing, which is preferable to having a driveway come out directly on the 501. It's designed to handle more traffic there at that one location instead of splitting it up. Now that's, you normally, splitting it up on the side streets, okay, typically, but having an extra driveway on 501 would typically not be considered preferable.
Yeah. I have a question of procedure, and may I direct it to you, Madam Attorney? I have photographs of the street that I would love to make available to the Board of Commissioners as I continue to talk about the traffic.
Well, that would be part of your case in chief.
All right?
Right now, it's just.
Thank you. Appreciate it. So the 501 access is possible, but it was abandoned by choice. The developers made a decision not to install the 501 access. Not because it isn't possible, but because it was less expensive, presumably, or it was just they felt it was a better plan to cluster everything on Preston Andrews. So it was possible to have the 501 access.
Potentially.
Okay. So my concern with Preston Andrews being the only access into the subdivision is that the distance from the eastern entrance, which was previously spoken to as the primary entrance, to 501 is not very long. Maybe someone from the audience could tell me how many yards that is, but I walk that street every day for 40 years. And I would tell you that it is probably about a third of a football field. So how many yards is that? I don't know, but that's my best measurement, 30 yards. So you've got traffic coming out there. Now, coming out of your driveway, they can go left or right. And if they go to the right, they're going to go to 501, and they only have 30 yards. I don't know how many cars you can get on 30 yards, but then you would be backed up. Or they would be going left, and that means they would be crossing traffic to go left onto Preston Andrews, which then dead ends at Johnson Mill Road. And at that point, they have to go left or right. They're either going to go right to go north further into Bahama, or they're going to go left and go only about, I don't know, a mile before they get to a stop sign for Mason Road. So these are all side streets. And so it seems to me, I'm very concerned about how DOT painted the arrows, and I have a photograph of that, but it seems to me that it's hard to imagine 76 exiting trips from the morning rush hour, 76 cars trying to get out of that subdivision while the rest of Preston Andrews traffic and the neighbors that live across the street in a subdivision that is was constructed out of a family property, are also trying to get in and out. And so, it seems to me that the safety of exiting and entering the driveway hasn't been successfully, hasn't been persuasively considered. Going further up the road, Preston Andrews, there is another access point, but I understand that it's going to be primarily for the utility trucks that are servicing the wastewater. And so I think you're having 1,400 trips coming out of that one front door. How does that not impact Preston Andrews, even though you said exactly what Mary Lynn said, which is that you don't expect them to solely use 501, only about 10% would go out to 501, but you said that they wouldn't necessarily burden Preston Andrews, but they all are going to come out onto Preston Andrews, right?
Let me put in perspective the 76 cars
Okay.
we're talking about. I think it's easy to think about it like this. It's about one car a minute. It's a little more than one car a minute. And so one car a minute is relatively low traffic number. And one car a minute is, again, I'm thinking what it speaks to that is the fact that it's not, we're not terribly close to the actual minimum requirement that the DOT or the county transportation staff sets forth as saying, if you have to generate at least this many trips for us to study the intersections, we're not close to that. But one trip a minute, I would say, is relatively low traffic generator, and that's spread over over two driveways. But even if all comes out as one, about one car a minute.
So you also testified that Preston Andrews has about 200 cars a day, and I actually think you're right, because we've counted them with cameras, and we've counted them by sitting there and watching the cars go by, which is not time that I necessarily ever thought I was going to spend, but it was good. And what I want to point out is that my understanding about neighborhood side streets is that a traffic pattern of about 200 cars a day on a neighborhood street is considered an excellent rating for a neighborhood street. As you increase that traffic up to, say, 600, you're at a good number. If you get over 1,200, you're considered a poor rating for a neighborhood street. So if there's already 200 trips on Preston Andrews, then we add the 1,400 or 1,000 that we're anticipating. We've moved the quality of Preston Andrews and by extension Johnson Mill Road and by extension Mason Road from an acceptable, even an excellent standard down to a poor standard.
Well, what I testified to was that Preston Andrews Road could carry substantially more traffic than what it has on it today, and still be within capacity of the street. So I would not call Preston Andrews Road a neighborhood street or a collector street. It can carry substantially more traffic than even if, like I said, even if all 1,400 cars went in one direction on that street. All went in one direction, that road would carry substantially more traffic than that before it would reach its capacity.
Wow.
It's a few hundred cars. I don't know where those numbers came from, but it's not traffic. It's not based on anything that I'm aware of from a traffic engineering standpoint.
You also testified just now that neighborhood streets aren't studied. There are not DOT studies for neighborhood streets?
No, I didn't say that.
Okay, sorry, I misunderstood.
What I said was that the DOT did not have any data available for Preston Andrews Road, at least up to this point. So I was estimating it would carry a few hundred cars a day, based on surrounding streets in the area, just knowing the area and looking at the traffic on the surrounding roads. That was my estimate.
Okay. I didn't mean to misquote you. I wasn't trying to do so intentionally.
Barefoot, can you
Wrap
how
up?
many more questions do you have? We have about 9 more persons that need to speak
Yes.
tonight.
I have
so
one more
can you-
question for Mr. Stevenson, and then one for the appraiser. 2 more questions.
If you
I may.
could just kind of speed that up a little
Thank
bit.
you. I will. So both Mary Lynn Smith, your colleague, and you have said that President Andrews is not a cut-through. And I can assure you from having lived there that it most certainly is a cut-through. People I know who live in Bahama, when they have to go somewhere on the Guest Road side of life, they cut through Preston Andrews. And so I think that the anticipation that all 1,400 of these cars would take a left out of that subdivision and go on Preston Andrews would be untenable for this property and would absolutely change the character of this neighborhood. And so to me, it's preposterous to think that 501 is not going to be, that it shouldn't be their primary outlet, particularly since we're increasing the density to 141 homes rather than the 69 homes that might be possible.
There is pretty good connectivity to be such a relatively rural area.
Indeed.
I mean, there's really good connectivity up here, which gives these folks options. You know, as you mentioned, there are options to go to Johnson's Mill, Mason's, Guest Road, or 501. I mean, there's good connectivity there. And, you know, about the cut-through question, I don't remember exactly how I phrased it, but let me try to phrase it again. Given the amount of development in this area and sort of the rural nature of it, there would not be any cut-through traffic would not expected to be significant enough to cause issues along Preston Andrews Road. Now, I may not have said it exactly like that, but that's
your
it can be a cut-through road, and it does connect. But they were just given the rural nature of this area, there would not be enough traffic up here to cause an issue, cut-through traffic.
I respectfully disagree. Thank you so much, Mr. Stevenson.
Thank you.
Mr. Martin, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. A question for you is related to the value of the neighborhood, the values of homes and properties in the neighborhood as a result of this subdivision. I think that's the right scope of my question. And that is to say, is it reasonable to anticipate, in fact, isn't even expected, that a new subdivision of this size with traffic, additional 1,400 road trips on the neighborhood street would have a negative impact on the values of my property and the properties of all the neighbors on Preston Andrews and others on Johnson Mill Road, given the number of homes that would impact the market and the number of car trips?
Well, again, I have no expertise on the traffic side, so I cannot speak to
But that wouldn't be
that.
a consideration for a value as an appraiser?
Well, again, if the traffic complies with the UDO, as we have heard, then that is, again, not in my parameter to try to gauge that impact in terms of what the traffic may do, assuming that the public body is saying it is in compliance with the UDO.
How about the 141 homes in the subdivision? Will the subdivision itself impact the neighborhood values?
No, ma'am, in my opinion, in the years that I've been in Durham, that when you have new development in an area that has not had new development in some time, you're generating more activity, and more activity in an area increases the demand for everything in that area.
But it also increases the supply, and so
We have a shortage of homes in Durham, and particularly in northern Durham.
I'm not aware of that, but thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So, thank you. Are there any other statements for you?
Just a very brief recap, Madam Chair. I know it's getting late, so I will endeavor to go as quickly as possible. Again, Madam Chair, Vice Chair Jacobs, members of the board, Patrick Biker, attorney for the applicant. Again, it's been lengthy, but the board has heard substantial competent material evidence on every finding required in the UDO, specifically section 3.9.8. As the applicant has met this burden, it is entitled to the issuance of the major special use permit under state law. I wish to emphasize, in regards to the access point to 501, that's been a discussion point with Mr. Stevenson lately, we have eliminated 2 stream crossings when we took out the access to 501, which is a tremendous environmental benefit. And therefore, this project that's before you this evening is of better environmental stewardship than what was approved by the board in 2015. I'd like to talk about the standards very briefly. There's no question that the community well and septic system that's described by Mr. McConnell is in harmony with the area and preserves public health and safety. Of course, Mr. Perdue testified to all the specific standards in the UDO, which we had to go through in detail because they're all addressed in your staff report. And then, of course, Mr. Stevenson, who is a licensed traffic engineer and therefore under state law that is the only profession that may give you competent testimony on the issue of traffic. You heard his testimony. It complies with UDO. It complies with public health and safety. And he described the movement of the traffic on the adjoining streets very adequately for the board to issue this permit. And lastly, of course, Mr. Jarvis Martin is a widely recognized property appraiser in Durham, and he too testified that there would be no negative impact on property values, which again is a UDO required finding. Accordingly, the applicant team has met all the requirements for a major special use permit. There has been no competent testimony in the record to the contrary. Again, if you have any questions, we'll be happy to try and answer them, and we thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the board? Okay. Now we have the opposing citizens here. I will call your name. And
May I take one more moment to enter two pieces of evidence as part of our case, my case, and then I will relinquish this microphone and you may hear from the citizens. But there are two pieces of direct, competent, what does he keep saying? Direct, competent evidence that I would like to submit to the record. Two pieces.
I'll give you 2 minutes.
You've got it. All right. I think I have to do this with a witness at the stand, but I'll let you guide me on that. I would like to put into evidence the fact that this subdivision does not meet all 12 of section 6.2.4 of the UDO.
Okay, so if I'm going to give you 2 minutes and you need to go to the microphone, you're using up one of your minutes while you're talking. So do
I
you
have
need
to
to go?
stand over there?
What is it that you need?
I need Mr. Perdue to agree that this is his email, which says that there are only 6 of the conservation subdivision requirements met, so that I can give it to you for public record because
Okay,
it's.
so, well,
I
I
will
need
be
to go to the attorney. Does she need to be at the podium to pass that information to him?
Yeah, if she's doing her case in chief, you know, making your statement, and as part of that, you want to submit that.
Could you remove your stuff from the screen up there, Patrick, so that we can see the attorney on the screen in case she has questions? Okay.
2 minutes. I have an email from Mr. Thomas Perdue, where he affirms what he does tonight, which is that there are only 6 of the standards for conservation subdivision that have been met. I think that's a critical piece of evidence for the next part of this discussion, the site, relative to the site plan, and we've heard testimony all night about the site plan. I don't know if I need to ask him to verify this or whether I can just give it to the clerk and enter it in the record. Before you answer that, just to stay on track, I have 24 photographs that I myself personally took with my cell phone that would enable you to actually see the proximity of these driveways to 501. You could also see the turn lanes that have been referenced, and you could also see the character of the streets that we're talking about. Those are my 2 items that I would like to submit, and I do have a second copy of this.
Yeah.
And I don't need anyone's help to do that if you say that I've done it.
Yeah, you just pass them to the clerk and she can enter them into the record.
Thank you, and I'll bring you a second one of these. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
And
Thank
I appreciate your accommodation very much.
Thank
Madam
you.
Chair. I will send you a kind note in the mail.
That's all right. Thank you so much. Now we need to hear from the citizens. I have a Cheryl Diaz. Is it D or DS? Cheryl? D, okay. Juanita Pierce? Okay. You're not speaking? Okay. Scott Cooley? Okay, if you want to line up so that you can speak as well. Let's see who else is here. O'Neill. Okay, O'Neill. We've got Carol Tony. Oh, that's you. Okay, cool. Now, those are all the names that I have that are signed up. Was there anybody else that signed up that I didn't call their name? What's your name, sir? Charles Gibson. I don't see a form for you, Charles. Get you to sign something real, go to the clerk and let her take care of you there. All right, the first speaker, if you will state your name and your address. Is it Catherine Ross? Okay. Yes. And you each have 3 minutes. Okay, go ahead, get started.
Hi.
State your name and address, please.
My name is Cheryl Dietz. My address is 200 Preston Andrews Road. My driveway comes out directly in front of the, quote, main entrance of this development. My concern, I know change happens. I can't, deny that. My concern that I would just like to make sure that the board addresses is that what does happen or what things will be put in place when our water levels do decline. What are the actions that are going to take place to ensure this to happen? I am not just going to move this land that I'm on. I was growing up here. I'm 41 years old and I've lived on this property for 41 years. It's in my family's ownership for over 100 years, all this property. I'm not picking up and I'm not moving when I lose water. We're already at 3/4 of a gallon of water in our well due to how low and we've had to drill to get access to water. So my concern is just, I want to know that we're being proactive about our plan. While it may be great and awesome, what are you going to do when it does affect the rest of us? That's my concern.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Scott Cooley. I live at 621 Preston Andrews Road, which is within the 600-foot corridor. So my property actually abuts up directly against the proposed development. So I would second Cheryl's concern about what measures we might consider looking forward in time for the impact for potential loss of water level. The folks in this area rely on wells and septic systems. We don't have city water. We don't have any kind of water provided by the county. We don't have sewage. So for me, the issue of sustainability in terms of how I can live on my property is an issue for me. So I'm not necessarily claiming that this development will in fact harm directly, but I think it's a consideration that needs to be answered. So what I'm not hearing is what's the effect on groundwater outside of the development that's proposed. So we live in a community, and that community may include another 141 homes. What impact will that have, the use of water, on the overall ground table? And how will that impact people who also draw from that same aquifer? Another thing that hasn't been mentioned a lot, it was alluded to in terms of two of the witnesses talked about that they felt that the plan would meet the needs of safety and emergency services. What I haven't heard is from anyone, is anyone from emergency services, from fire in particular or EMS, as to whether or not this development adds additional strain on the existing resources that are available in Bahama. Because we rely on volunteer fire department. I'd love to hear from the fire chief. And then the third concern for me, if you look at the Preston Andrews, and we have an additional amount of traffic that's fairly substantial for us, it's a 2-lane road. And if you look at the lines on the right-hand side and the left-hand side of the road, there's about 1 to 2 inches of shoulder that's paved outside of that line. And immediately adjacent to that is a relatively steep drop-off. And then depending on the weather, it's either a bog or it's full of what people throw out of their cars, unfortunately. So if you're accustomed to walking, or if you want to walk, now you're going to walk in an environment where there's a good deal more traffic. So I have a real concern about safety of pedestrians in that environment when we maybe quadruple or multiply by a factor of a much greater factor the safety of pedestrians and the residents of the community, including the people who move into the 141 homes. Thanks.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, again, I have no desire to be rude or prolong this proceeding, but it's incompetent testimony for a non-traffic engineer to testify about safety issues along North Carolina roads.
Hello, my name is Jerry O'Neill. I'm at 606 Preston Andrews Road. I've lived there for 25 years. I want to speak on a few things. I've had perfect septic system for 25 years, just for the record. I stand out there in the morning with my son as he waits to board the school bus, and I can definitely speak to the cut-through road that it is claimed that it's not, and it's full of service trucks, of course, landscaping trucks and everything else at 6:30 and 7:30 in the morning. 6:30 was bus time last year, that is, and it's 7:30 this year. As far as traffic goes, I think it's absurd to have this many more cars and many more trips added to our neighborhood, and they are not accessing 501 directly. There is an intersection there with a 3-way light, and this development can access that. They will have to go over stream, and that was fine, and that was addressed by the prior plan of wet rock, and that was approved by the Planning Commission. It seems absurd that all the traffic is going to impact my road, and for 140, you have the 2 main outlets coming out onto Preston Andrews. I think that's absurd. It makes no sense. This proposed development has access point to 501, and I think it should be utilized to be sending all that traffic through on a 2-lane street. And I'll make one more point. For a fire truck to enter into what they have proposed as the access point closer to my home, from a 2-lane street, a large fire truck would have to go into the oncoming lane to actually turn into that subdivision, and I find that very unsafe. So thank you for your time.
Hello, everyone. My name is Harold Koenig, and I'm speaking for the Harold and Maria Koenig Trust that's located at 526 Mason Road. The property that I own there is 52 acres, and it goes, actually, the planned waste water field that's here circles right around my property. On my property, there's a 3-acre lake. It's a pristine, beautiful lake, and I'm concerned that the waste may filter down into that lake. There might be a powerful rainstorm and lots of rain, and it might bring that into my lake. The lake is used for fishing and swimming, and it has a home on the edge of it, and someday I hope to move there. I'm not living there now, living in Durham, but in my retirement years, I hope to move there. And the water has very low pressure. We have a well. It goes through the granite. It's very low pressure, hard to bring it in. And again, I'm concerned about that, the pressure of the water too, over time. But with regard to just, my biggest concern is the waste leaching through into this pristine lake that's on my property. And I would love to have some guarantee that that won't happen, and preferably in writing. But that's basically all I have to say. I'm worried that all of this waste from 141 homes is going to, come into this lake. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Katie Ross, 8135 Lowell Valley Drive, Bahama. I am just going to read this because it'll be faster, even though boring, but either way would be boring, so I'll just go ahead and read this. It's my belief that the approval cannot go through today because the UDO conservation subdivision subdivision ordinance has not been complied with. This is the ordinance interpretation. We're objecting to the approval of Mason Farms major site plan. Because ordinance interpretation is a matter of law, not dependent on the facts of specific application, we are submitting this written objection, which I will leave with you for the record. The site plan for Mason Farm does not meet the required purposes of conservation subdivision set forth in Durham's Uniform Development Ordinance. UDO 6.2.4.a requires conservation subdivision applicants to meet 12 listed standards. The applicant, Thomas Perdue, has admitted in writing that he would meet no more than 5. Today he says he will meet 6, but that's still only half that are listed in the conservation subdivision ordinance. And his email is attached to what I will file with you. UDO 6.2.4a, the purpose of the conservation subdivision, this is a direct quote from the ordinance, shall be established for the following purposes. I won't read all 12 of them. They're in the attached copy of the ordinance. The process of construing a statutory provision must begin with an examination of the relevant statutory language. It is well settled that where the language of a statute is clear and unambiguous, there is no room for judicial construction, and the courts must construe the statute using its plain meaning. In other words, if the statutory language is clear and unambiguous, the court eschews the statutory construction in favor of giving the words their plain and definite meaning. And that is Wilkie, there's a case cited, Wilkie versus the city of Boiling Spring Lakes in North Carolina. That's a North Carolina case. The UDO 17.1c provides the word shall is mandatory. That's defined in the UDO. And that's also an exhibit. Therefore, the plain meaning of UDO 6.2.4a, the purpose section, is that the 12 listed purposes of the Conservation Subdivision Ordinance are mandatory. UDO 6.24b, the right immediately following the purposes statute, refers to the listed purposes of Part A as standards, which must be met by development applicants. The plain language of UDO 6.2.4b is that the purposes of 6.2.4a are equally mandatory as the primary and secondary conservation areas that are described in 6.2.4h. The UDO 6.2.4b applicability of regulation says this conservation subdivision option is available as a use by right subject to subdivision approval in accordance with 3.6 subdivision review and in accordance with the standards.
You need to wrap up your comments. You have passed your 3-minute time.
Okay, I guess I thought I could get that in 3 minutes. The point is, I will wrap it up with this, and I will hand you this. The purposes statute, the purposes ordinance is mandatory. Another part that is explained in here is that you can compare this with the purposes of provision of the entire UDO, which is at the very beginning of the UDO. They not only do not have the shall be language in it, it specifically says that they are not regulatory. And I think this is where Ms. Young and others get confused.
You have
the
to,
original,
ma'am. You
yes,
have to
I'm just
wrap.
saying,
You have
you
to
have to compare this
in your
because
conversation.
This will be judicially appealed, potentially, and you are sitting as judges today. You have the role of the judiciary, so you do need to make sure that these decisions are compliant with the law, and I would propose that these are not. And it's especially important because
Thank
the
you.
planning
Let's
department
have the
does
next
this
speaker, please.
in the dark.
Can you allow the next speaker to finish? We got one more speaker, and then we'll end with you. Can we do that? Thank you.
Good evening, commissioners and Chair Howerton.
Thank you.
My name is Charles Gibbs. I live at 802 Royal Oaks Drive, which is a corner lot onto Precedent. Nope, got to get that out of my head. Johnson Mill. And I'm going to be speaking as much as I can. I've heard some new stuff tonight, but I have researched and looked into community septic systems, especially drain fields into woods, and that's something that was mentioned at the last meeting. I don't know if it's going to go into the woods now. I hadn't heard anything tonight. Does anybody know right now? Yes? No? I guess not. So I'm going to assume that it will not go into the woods.
We can't do that.
I got it. And there seems to be a few installations in North Carolina with this particular system, community wells. But they're in with scheduled maintenance and scheduled pumping. I'm having a hard time reading. I have a vision issue. And the treatment of the effluent, since I don't think copper sulfate is going to be used here. I haven't heard that tonight, but it's commonly used treatment where the effluent goes into trees. Trees use and convert the effluents into fertilizer, as has been said by Mr. Perdue in the past. As stated by him, the copper sulfate does do this, but paradoxically, to me, it also kills roots. That's just what I have studied in North Carolina. There are still guidelines for the traditional distances. Could I have just a few more minutes? With my vision, I can't read this thing very fast.
Mr. Gibbs, is it something that someone can read for you real quickly?
I can read it, but I will be going faster now. I've gotten over.
Yeah, because your time has expired. I can give you a few more minutes if you can get through it. If not, you can have someone read it for you.
It greatly concerns me that this non-traditional, unknown drain field method proposed is without a full explanation, and existing installations cited that we could visit, study, and get an idea of how it really works. And it should be required before being sprung on us like some experimental installation, especially in the critical watershed for Little River and the Neuse River watershed, as well as potential harmful effects on area, neighborhoods, and developments. Water wells, those neighborhood water wells in Mason Woods, where I live, and we have a community well that's about 50 feet below the elevation of where this development is proposed to go. And I'm going to skip to the bottom so I can finish up. This is not the investors-driven precedent I want to see in northern Durham County. I'm for sensible growth, which eventually will happen in northern Durham, and I hope the decisions by the Durham Planning Department for the new comprehensive plan will reflect this. Thank you, and if anybody has any questions, I'll be glad to answer them now or at a proper time.
Thank you, Mr. Gibbs. Okay,
I may, Madam Chair, very briefly. I do need to object to Mr. Gibbs' testimony on the basis that is not competent evidence under 160D 1402, and also that is speculation. Ms. Ross, may I please ask you a couple questions? Would you please approach?
I didn't hear that, Mr. Attorney. I didn't hear what you're...
Nothing for you, Mr. Gibbs. I need to ask Ms. Ross a couple questions.
Well, will you tell me what your objection is after you talk to her?
I'll be happy to do that after the hearings.
No, I want it here now.
It's not competent evidence under state law.
We can't go back and forth like this. This is argumentative.
Well, we need to have something done with the sound system then, because that's against the law, too.
Mr. Gibbs, thank you.
Ms. Ross, you testified your address is 8135 Lowell Valley Drive, is that correct?
Yes.
And your property is over 2.5 miles from the proposed Mason Farms Conservation Subdivision, is that
Yes,
correct?
I don't have standing to testify as to factual evidence.
And you purchased your house on September 17, 2020, a little more than 2 years ago.
Yes?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Ross. No further questions. Madam Attorney, I'd like to enter into the record Exhibit I to demonstrate the lack of standing of this witness and request that the testimony be struck. Thank you.
Well, I would like to say that it's your obligation to follow the law, no matter who brings it to your attention, and actually, Mr. Biker should have brought it to your attention himself.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the board? Commissioner Jacobs?
Well, I just want to say, I first of all, I appreciate all of the comments that everybody has made tonight. Appreciate everyone's participation. And I just wanted to follow up on some of the concerns and whether the expert witnesses can address some of them. I heard concerns about people's wells and well water. I know that this is pertaining to a wastewater treatment system, but could somebody please discuss, try to address some of the concerns that we heard from residents related to issues around water capacity. I also heard the concern, the gentleman with the pond, about runoff, and just, any other concerns that you heard. Just I'm trying to take related to just water, and runoff. You could address those.
Excuse me just a second, Commissioner Jacobs. It is 10:40, close to 11, so I will need a motion to extend past 11 o'clock.
I make a motion that we extend the meeting to 11:30.
Second. Motion and a second. Clerk, can you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Alam. Aye. Commissioner Carter. Vice Chair Jacobs.
Aye.
Chair Howard.
It's approved unanimously that we will go until 11:30. So go ahead and ask your questions, Mr. Jacobs.
Yeah, I think it's kind of two-pronged question. One is, I think there's some concern. My name is Gary McConnell with McConnell and Associates. Anyways, we design the water and wastewater system. Basically, the concern with the wells, basically, we only have 4 wells as opposed to 141 wells. And when you do a community well, you basically have to do what's called the drawdown test. So basically, it's a test that's done to say what's the yield of that well? How much can you take out of that well without affecting the groundwater, basically? Okay? Because when you start pumping, there's basically a cone of depression. If you pump water, it goes down because it moves through. So we actually have 4 wells that more than meet the state requirement. So based on that information and the separation, in some cases, the wells are on the south side of the creek, and I believe most of the people live on the north side of the creek. So that's one issue. The other issue is that the water that we're irrigating with, it's basically, if you ever seen it, it's basically, it's reused quality water. It's not effluent or sewage water. It's cleaned up to a level that basically you can do everything. I get spray systems in other parts, in communities. So you can spray it and basically have people walk there. I have many systems in Durham with failed systems where we actually use this type treatment and could discharge to the creek. So it's not effluent out of a septic tank, but the only treatment you get is settling and what the oils or greases that float to the top. We're taking that wastewater and treating it and removing all the pollutant. So the person that mentioned a question about his pond, I venture to say if there's ducks in the pond and you did a fecal test, it'd be higher than what comes out after the UV in our system. So, and to say that it's not proven, we've done hundreds of these systems. It's been proven, NSF did a separate test on it, so it's gotten their approval for reuse quality water and nutrient removal. So, it's the highest level quality you can get.
Thank you.
You finished? Got more questions? Questions over here?
I was going to say no, but I have a question, I think, for Sarah. And it's related to the purposes section of the UDO, where we know that the subdivision, acknowledges they're not going to meet all 12. I read that section to say that conservation subdivision, shall meet. Then they list the 12. I can't imagine any conservation subdivision meeting all 12. So maybe we need to be really clear about our language next time. But typically, when this status is administratively granted, is it based on the fact that the subdivision its site plan meets all 12 of the purposes, in addition to the standards of open space and impermeable surface, et cetera?
Thanks for that question, Commissioner Carter. The purpose statements in the UDO, if you look at that section and then you look further down in the primary conservation areas in terms of the actual requirements, you will see that a lot of the things listed in the purpose statements are more specifically listed then as primary conservation areas, some as secondary conservation. I agree that it would be challenging for a single site to meet all of the purpose statements. And I believe that's partly why they are purpose statements. They're intent, but they are not themselves the sole regulations. And that is why the wording of them is mirrored. I also believe that the way that some of them are worded, to me, speaks more towards the purpose of the regulations that create the by right conservation subdivision. The purpose of the regulations is to allow these things to, conserve land and preserve, historic or archaeological sites and preserve forest, et cetera. But I don't believe that you have to check each and every one of those.
Just have okay, that was a great question, Commissioner Carr. Can you I'm just listening and I'm not looking at it. So are you saying that these are all possible purposes? These are different purposes, but you don't have to actually address all of them. Is that what you're trying to say?
Correct.
Okay. And just out of curiosity, could you maybe explain a little bit what is the requirement with the primary and the secondary, and how many do you have to meet, or what is the actual standard of what you have to meet?
Give me 1 second, because I'm going to pull up the ordinance and read correctly. All right. So what the requirements are: primary conservation areas, at least 80% of the required open space in a conservation subdivision shall consist of primary conservation areas. The following are considered primary conservation areas and shall be included within the required open space in the order of preference listed below. Secondary conservation areas and other open space can be included only after primary conservation areas comprise 80% of required open space. A, special flood hazard areas and future conditions flood hazard areas. B, riparian buffers along all perennial and intermittent streams. C, wetlands protected by the Army Corps of Engineers or the North Carolina Department of Environmental Quality and any provided or required buffers. D, lakes, ponds, and other water bodies, excluding created stormwater management facilities. E, areas of at least 5,000 contiguous square feet in size with any natural slopes greater than 25%. F, existing forests meeting the standards in paragraph 831D, preserved tree coverage except any that conflict with the provisions of this section, at least 1 contiguous acre in size in which healthy hardwood trees at least 10 inches in diameter at breast height comprise at least 50% of the area. G, wildlife corridors, wildlife habitats, and other sites identified in the Durham County Inventory of Important Natural Areas, Plants, and Wildlife or adopted plans. H, greenways, rail trails, and other open space identified in adopted plans. I, historic sites where structures currently designated in or eligible for the National Register of Historic Places. J, sites identified in the Durham Architectural and Historic Inventory. K, sites identified in the Durham County Archaeological Inventory and other identified archaeological sites, including cemeteries and burial grounds. L, sites at least 5 contiguous acres in size identified by the city, county, state, or federal government as farmland or agricultural land that is prime, unique, or of statewide or local importance. And M, view sheds from designated federal and North Carolina scenic byways. So those are the primary.
Sorry.
There's a whole list of secondary. I just want to make sure that we get the exact wording on the record. And I don't need to, unless you really want me to, read the secondary. There's 5 additional things that are considered secondary. So they have to choose from those in order of the ranked importance. So if they have, the first feature, then that really is what needs to be preserved first. If they don't have that feature, then they can go to the next one on the list. Once they exhaust, maybe they don't have enough of that feature to make up 80%, they keep working themselves down the list, adding features until they've reached their minimum requirement. Does that answer your question?
Yes, that's very helpful. And that's 80% has to be that. And then 20% is the secondary. Okay, thank you. And I'm sorry, I didn't realize it was such a long list.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And, the staff report's pretty clear that the site plan does meet the conservation subdivision requirements. And so, by right, we are now supposed to administratively grant or approve that if we approve the special use permit.
No, there.
Something else to say. I don't remember what it was. Oh, I know what my point was. It's related to what you said earlier.
No.
I was just going to say, I do hope there's recourse for appeal, because I don't think we have the information to overrule staff. And, the report we got from staff seems excellent. And it, leads me to believe that the site plan does meet the requirements for conservation, and so we need to approve it, assuming we approve the major special use permit. But I would hope that there is a way for citizens in this case and in every case to appeal a staff decision. And so that maybe you could speak to that, Sarah.
Yeah, while she's speaking to that, would you, Commissioner Carter, and I don't mean to cut across you, just the conversation about traffic, is that we're 80% is being addressed? 80% of the concerns are being addressed? Is that what you're saying? Can you just add on to what Heidi was just saying? I guess I'm a little clarity around the 80% that you mentioned a few minutes ago.
The 80% is the amount of the required open space that needs to be a designated primary conservation area. So it has to be one of those numerous things I listed. So there's a certain amount of open space required. Out of that, 80% of it has to meet one of those, 13 items I think I listed. And then the remainder can be from this secondary list. And then if there's any left over after that, the ordinance even has another section about just generic open space that kicks in after the secondary is exhausted as well.
Okay. I'm sorry, would you answer Commissioner Carter's question?
Sure. So the UDO does provide a mechanism for anyone, and the wording, I think, anyone aggrieved by an administrative approval or determination to seek an appeal. That appeal does go to the Board of Adjustment. While there is not statutorily a requirement to provide notice of administrative approvals, the wording in the ordinance, which mirrors the wording from general statutes, is that you have 30 days basically from the time that you find out that something was approved, not from the time it was actually approved. So that, I think, is intended to deal with the issue that, jurisdictions cannot be providing constant notice of the thousands of administrative approvals that are conducted every day, but that residents are still allowed the opportunity, the right to appeal them whenever they find out about them.
Well, I just want to go back to Attorney Matthews to just clarify what is the decision that is before us now. If you could just state that clearly for us at this point. Thank you.
And that might be a better question for staff, but essentially you are to decide what evidence you heard today should be considered. And so in that, you are deciding whether that evidence is competent, material, and substantial. You're deciding whether the applicant has met that burden of proving competent, substantial, material evidence as to the findings of fact and the other factors related to the special use permit for the wastewater system only. And if you do decide that the applicant has met their burden and presented competent, substantial, material evidence for each of those factors that staff read to you earlier today. And that's why I said I don't have that list in front of me, so it might be better to hear the specific standards if that is more so your question from staff. But if you find that the applicant has met their burden and presented sufficient evidence tending to show that all of those requirements are met, they are entitled to issuance of the special use permit unless the board decides that the opponents have presented material, substantial, competent evidence to the contrary. So you have to weigh the evidence that you heard today, decide what is substantial, material, and competent, and apply that evidence to the factors for the special use permit.
So what's the staff's recommendation?
Good evening, coordinator from the land department. Give me 1 second. My notes. Staff recommends approval of the major special use permit M220001, provided that the improvements shall be substantially consistent with the plans and information submitted to the board as part of the application.
Okay. So I will close the public hearing. And it's back before this board for a vote. Are there any other responses from the board before we take a motion? Hearing none. The commissioners, there are two motions here. We have two items before us for approval. And I will entertain a motion. The first one is to approve the major use special use permit for case M220001, Mason Farm Community Wastewater System. That is the first.
Madam Chair, I make a motion to approve the major special use permit according to the information that has been presented to us tonight and in accordance with meeting all the conditions for approval from the staff report.
Second by Commissioner Long.
Mr. Carter? Okay. Need a roll call by the clerk.
Commissioner Long. Aye. Commissioner Carter.
Aye.
Vice Chair Jacob.
Aye.
Chair Howard.
Aye. Approved 4-0. And then the second one is to approve the major site plan for case D 21-00325 Mason Farms.
Who's talking?
Madam Chair, I move to approve the major site plan for case D 21-00325 Mason Farms.
Okay. Need a second? Okay. A roll call by the clerk.
Commissioner Long.
Aye.
Commissioner Carter. Vice Chair Jacob.
Aye.
Chair Howard.
Ayes, approved unanimously, 4-0. The next item we have on the agenda, Commissioners, we really want to thank everyone for coming out, and we hear your concerns for the community. There are boards and commission appointments. Does the attorney have those?
I'm sorry, I couldn't.
Do you have are you ready for the board appointments?
I am, yes. The board has voted for Mike Sistrom for the Durham County Safety and Wellness Task Force. And the board has also voted for Angela Holmes for the Homeless Services Advisory Committee.
Okay. So thank you and congratulations to the ones that have been appointed. Are there any other items or any other business to come before this board? Commissioner Carter.
I just want to give a shout out to our clerks for making this possible for people to really engage in our meetings from afar. I think it's incredible. We had several people call in tonight. It was really important they were here, and they were able to do so. I just, don't think we've lifted this up enough. I just feel like this is amazing. And I just want to give you congratulations and thanks for making it
You were able to call in when you were out.
I know, and that too. I just think it's an incredible addition to the ways in which we conduct our meetings and the ways in which we can participate, both for us and for the residents. So thank you.
You're welcome.
I want to thank the attorneys tonight and the board. This was a difficult process to get through, and just thank you for your support. So if it's nothing else, I'll call for a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All right, Commissioner Long.
Aye.
Commissioner Carter. Vice Chair Jacobs.
Aye.
Chair Howerton.
Aye, we are adjourned.